Ukrom kwa obidye wewechi. No matter how far your village is, there's somebody who has a village which is even further than yours. That's my Ashanti proverb. It took me 10 minutes of serious practice, but I got it right. Thanks to Darryl and Cynthia for the good job. My people here, my wing team. Good morning, welcome to the show. Heritage Month on GTV still in full effect this week. Has been dedicated to Akan and culture and tradition. So we've got the Fantis, we've got the Asantes, and I'm enjoying it, loving it. And you're welcome to the show. We've got a big show for you. At the end, we'll all be laughing because Foster Romanus, the comedian, the comic, is going to be here sitting down on the yellow couch with Valerie for Your World. And ahead of that, the fuel prices are just going through the roof. 10.7 CDs at one of the filling stations. I still buy at my 8.09. But would that be for long? Why is the supersonic speed upon us? What's the reason? We'll get details on today's show. Big conversation after 8 o'clock. We've got your sports news at 7, your headlines with my guests, Sheikh Arumia Shaibu and Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete. Your messages on 055-556-1034. Welcome to the show, hashtag GTV Breakfast. Here comes the breakfast news with Smaltiti. You stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Akwaba.
Good morning, that's why. Thank you for joining us on GTV Breakfast News at 6 a.m. We're live on Facebook at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Do join us and leave your comments. We'll be looking at the granted bail and also the road safety awards, as well as the GBC's new board that was inaugurated yesterday. Let's start off from court, where Fix the Country convener Mr. Oliver Baka Vomawo has been granted bail by the High Court in Tema in the sum of 2 million Ghana cedis with 2 sureties, one of whom is to deposit documents covering land property. The court also ordered that Mr. Baka Vomawo's passport should also remain in the custody of the Republic and must report himself once a week to the police command.
On Monday, March 14, 2022, the AG, led by Senior State Attorney Mrs. Hilda Craig, opposed to the grant of bail and said the accused is just a lodger who lives with his friends when he visited the country. The AG also, in its affidavit in opposition to the bail, contended that evidence found in the matter supported the charge of treason felony against the social activist. However, Justice Daniel Mensah, in his ruling, said although the state's argument that the applicant did not have a permanent place of residence in the country, making him a flight risk if he was granted bail, did not warrant him being denied of his personal liberty. The judge indicated everyone is entitled to his personal liberty. He was arrested on February 11, 2022 over alleged coup comments if government went ahead to pass the controversial electronic transaction levy. Mr. Baka Vomawo, in his application for bail, challenged the claims, saying a charge of treason felony against him cannot be sustained by the evidence available. At the last hearing, Mr. Baka Vomawo, who was reported sick earlier, indicated to the High Court he was fit and ready to stand trial.
Meanwhile, members of the Fix the Country movement have expressed satisfaction at the ruling to grant the lead convener bail. The members say they will always act in accordance with the law whenever there is a need to protest to demand justice.
Honestly, I'm quite surprised, but I'm happy, of course, that he's been granted bail. But again, we need to remember that we might have won the battle, but we haven't won the war, until they drop all charges. The advice I have is actually for the media and for the public to, to not feel like, oh, this is Oliver's issue, this is a Fix the Country issue. This issue is bigger than us as individuals, it's bigger than Oliver. It is about us as a speak up against the system. Like Martin Amudi said, when you fight corruption, corruption fights back. And we all have a place that we need to speak up. We need to be outraged. When there's injustice, we can't just turn away.
Away from court to some road safety issues, the president says road accidents must be treated as a global pandemic and assumed equally a more proactive and responsible attitude to deal with it. President Akufo-Addo says increasingly the exposure of pedestrians and motorcyclists and exposure to risk of road traffic casualties in the urban areas can no longer be overlooked. He was speaking at the maiden Kofi Annan Road Safety Awards in Accra.
Road traffic crashes has not only maimed but sent hundreds of thousands of people to their graves prematurely across Africa. Ghana is no exception in this tragedy, with over 200 people perished in the first 2 months of 2022. Whilst alive, former UN Secretary General Mr. Kofi Annan led a campaign to promote road safety in Africa to ensure that roads in Africa cease to be graveyards instead of becoming a catalyst for development, and to ensure that the flame lit by Mr. Annan keeps burning. An award ceremony has been instituted in his honor, and the maiden one held in Accra.
Almost 20 years ago, in 2003, Mr. Kofi Annan presented in his quality as the Secretary General of the United Nations his first report drawing attention to the major obstacle of road traffic crashes. He was among the first to recognize this carnage as a grave international development issue.
Mr. Annan once said, "What governments and people don't realize is that sometimes the collective interest, the international interest, is also the national interest. Road safety is a collective interest. It is an international interest, and it is also a national interest."
President Akufo-Addo said the award ceremony has come at such an opportune time as countries are transitioning to a new decade of action for road safety.
My support for the institutionalization of this award ceremony comes from the fact that transportation in all its modes, and for that matter road safety, are bedrocks of national development. Indeed, Africa is the epicenter of global urbanization. The continent is undergoing rapid urban transition, with some 50% of her population expected to live in urban areas by 2030. Unfortunately, urbanization is often associated with increasing motorization and its attendant road traffic fatalities and injuries. Calls for creative and proactive thinking in order to arrest the negative impacts of road transport. In Ghana, the government acknowledges that the current road safety situation is not satisfactory, but we remain committed to scaling up our investment in road safety initiatives and building partnerships that will help engineer improvements.
Africa's road fatalities per capita is the highest in the world, with WHO putting the number at 745 deaths per day. Some countries in Africa were honored for their contribution towards road safety on the continent. Edward Nyakun, reporting for GBC News.
Now, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation's 10-member board of directors is formally in office. On Wednesday at GBC's National Studios in Accra, the National Media Commission inaugurated a team whose key purpose remains to help provide direction for GBC by establishing the vision and mission, among other broad goals, to enable the corporation function effectively as a public service broadcaster.
Almighty God.
The mantle now lies on the new 10-member team made up of 2 females and 8 males. They have the duty of strategic planning and oversight to further develop the corporation. The Director General of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, Professor Amin Al-Hassan, commended the government and the National Media Commission for putting together another team to help with oversight of the corporation.
The new board, after today's ceremony, will take over the mantle to oversee the consolidation of this transformational process. Transforming GBC from bureaucracy to business, by definition, is about ensuring that we put cost to all aspects of our operations and ensuring that we monetize our commercial operations.
Professor Al-Hassan assured the new team that their hard work will be acknowledged someday in the history of GBC. The chairperson of the National Media Commission, Mr. Yaobwedu Ayeboafo, applauded GBC for exhibiting quality in the media space, particularly in the Heritage Month. He charged the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation to lead the way with accuracy in disseminating information to the public.
We came here to do work. Every one of us has their own conditions of service. We commend you and want to encourage you to continue that way. We should collaborate and work together. We should discuss matters. When things bother us and we do not understand, let us find means, but not anybody take the law into their own hands because they have the numbers. Democracy is not about numbers.
Mr. Yaobwedu Ayeboafo also appealed to the Electricity Company of Ghana not to disrupt their service to GBC. The new board chair, Professor Samuel Deborah, assured the NMC and management of GBC that the new board will build on the legacy of the previous board.
We, on our part, shall work tirelessly and assiduously to make sure that in the end, your reliance on our abilities shall not be misplaced.
The other board members are Mrs. Efua Gati, Dr. Kwame Nyameche, Mrs. Amasewa Nekwe, Mr. Peter Yakwa, Mr. Thomas Bruning, Mr. Ejay Efriye Nketia, Mr. Samuel Insiaba, Dr. Professor Amin Al-Hassan.
We're selling Heritage Month, and once upon a time in Ghana, every household had a unique way of lighting a fire for cooking and for other purposes. Today, with the introduction of sophisticated equipment which serves the same purpose, it's a different situation. One way Ghanaians cooked was with the earthenware stove. Our reporter Beatrice Senaju gives us a memory jog on the use of earthenware stoves over the decades.
Earthenware stoves are known in Akan as muchia. They were in common use years ago in almost every household. It was crafted in different sizes and shapes. The earthenware stoves were molded with mud or red clay soil mixed with water. The same mixture is used to polish it when it starts losing its beauty or original form. In the olden days, those who had no earthenware stoves used 3 big stones to serve the same purpose, and it worked perfectly. Firewood, kerosene, or palm nut chaff with matches did the trick for igniting fire for the earthenware stove. As time evolved, many inventions came to serve the same purpose as the earthenware stoves. There came aluminium stoves, coal pot, and now gas cookers. Many people switched to the use of the new inventions with time and left the earthenware stoves behind. Visits to some parts of the capital showed the majority of the people were using coal pots and gas cookers. Earthenware stoves were simply non-existent. I then visited several rural communities and realized the earthenware stoves are still a favorite. Some told GBC News that using the earthenware stoves is a way to preserve the heritage left by our forefathers.
It's good that our parents normally use this, but those days, these modern things are not there by then. So they try to manage how to cook or how to use this so that they can eat something.
I can say because we are in village, we don't want to use the gas.
Emmanuel Kolote was of the view the majority of the people in the village setting are stuck to the earthenware stoves due to the unavailability of gas in their part of town. Martha Nadute admitted that switching from earthenware stoves to the use of gas is the way to go, but the cost of gas discourages her from using it. Using gas to cook is faster, but we can't afford it. Almost all the people interviewed unanimously agreed that the continuous use of the earthenware stoves causes more harm than good.
We normally suffer out of these things. Much times we hear the smoke or things, the news that come out of them is not good.
In the night, the smoke from the firewood we burn for cooking makes our eyes hurt.
We have been suffering from too much heat due to the use of earthenware stoves. Using gas and coal pots is better. We have no choice than to manage.
I've been told that gas kills, so we prefer using the earthenware stoves.
Other schools of thought suggest that food prepared with an earthenware stove tastes better than what is produced from the gas cooker or even coal pots. Just like Emmanuel Kolote and others, earthenware stoves can be reinvented to catch up with sophisticated or modern stoves on the market. They believe adding some form of class to it will help to preserve our heritage. Beatrice Sanaju, GBC News, Chledom.
Now, the government of Ghana has denied any involvement in the demolition of the Bulgarian embassy in Accra. The consulate, located at cantonments in Accra, was demolished by a private developer on Tuesday, who is claiming portions of the consulate's land. Foreign Affairs Minister Mr. Kweku Prachum Sapong said efforts to stop the developer from continuing with work on the land has proven futile. This was disclosed at a media briefing in Accra.
So it looks like government has got no hand in whatever the developer is doing. I got involved in this particular Bulgaria mission land business on the express instructions of the president. It came to his attention when the Bulgarian ambassador came to present his letters. The ministry, upon being informed of the encroachment of the Bulgarian embassy, invited the parties and their lawyers to a series of meetings in January this year, which were aimed at finding a peaceful solution to the dispute. At those meetings, the ministry referred the trespasser to the ruling of the Supreme Court, the right of the embassy in the unexpired residue of its lease. The parties were also encouraged to reach a mutually agreed settlement on the reimbursement of the amount of residue of lease due to the Bulgarian mission. We are still not making any headway because the trespasser appears to have even doubled the rate of redevelopment on the land. And since the beginning of this year, when we got back to him and brought the two parties together, he is even working day and night. Now, there are documents confirming and proving that as currently existing, the land belongs to the Bulgarians, even though their sublease on that land has got about 10 or 11 years. So, technically speaking, the land belongs to the Bulgarians. So if anybody goes in there, that person is a trespasser.
On the international front, Somalia has again pushed back the deadline for completing parliamentary elections, which are already more than a year overdue because of political disputes. The remaining 50 seats in the country's lower house must now be filled by the end of this month. Somalia has not held a one-person, one-vote election for more than 50 years. Under the current system, MPs are chosen by delegates appointed by clan elders and members members of civil society who are selected by regional state officials. The MPs will then vote for a new president. The delays have been partly down to strong rivalry between President Mohamed Abdullahi Mohamed, also known as Famajo, and Prime Minister Mohamed Hussein Roble. Ukraine's president has invoked the horror of the 2001 terror attacks on the U.S. as he pleaded for more military aid in the historic address to the U.S. Congress. President Volodymyr Zelensky said via a video link that Ukraine was enduring a 9/11 every day as it battled Russian forces. He again urged the U.S. and NATO allies to enforce a no-fly zone over Ukraine, saying, "I need to protect the sky." U.S. President Joe Biden is to sign off an extra $800 million, which is 612 million euros, in military aid to Ukraine. Meanwhile, Russia has attacked Mariupol's drama theater, where at least 1,000 civilians have been sheltering. About 400 staff and patients still remain trapped inside a hospital in the Beijing city. Earlier, Russian forces killed 10 people standing in line for bread in the northern city of Cherniv. That's it for the breakfast news at 6 a.m. We'll bring you the weather reports now, after which GTV Breakfast will continue. I am Multi-Decider Sadiq. Stay with us.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show. Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show. Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show. Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show. Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show. Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show. Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show. Live from
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votras here at that time of the morning?
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
Good
morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votras here at that time of the morning?
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
Good
morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votras here at that time of the morning?
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast. Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votras here at that time of the morning?
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast. Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votras here at that time of the morning?
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast. Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votras here at that time of the morning?
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
Well, don't worry.
Welcome to this segment where on every Thursday around this time, we make you salivate. From one wonderful, wonderful recipes, and today is no exception. Welcome to show 164 of the new improved breakfast show, hashtag GTV Breakfast. Our WhatsApp number is 055 556 1034. I've totally forgot my Asante proverb, so I'm not even going to go there. But where I can go is an authentic recipe from Ghana, and it's called Ofam. And to help us know what's inside, I have with me Lady Thelma Boy. She is the CEO of the College of Culinary Arts and Hospitality Management. Thelma, good morning.
Morning, Cal.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Yes.
Good to see you.
We've got our Thursday morning dates, 6:30 sharp.
Yes, every Thursday.
You make people jealous because they want to come here and eat some of the food.
Oh, we can invite them once in a while to come and enjoy it with us.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, we could. I think we should do that one day.
We'll do that. We'll do a little something.
Yeah.
Somebody comes over here.
Yeah.
To come and eat with us.
See?
So now, today you are dealing with something that is made from plantain that gets overripe.
Yes.
Talk to me about that.
It's called Ofam.
Ofam.
It's an Akan food.
Okay.
Yeah. And for my mother, they used to make it when we were going on war, because you could just put it in the leaves and just carry it with you, and that's how it came up with. And the one I'm making today is called akeche. Yeah, akeche. Well, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. My mom gave me all the tutorial today.
All right. So it was just like fast food back in the day?
Yeah, it was fast food back in the day. It ripens. Most people, when it's ripened, their plantains are ripened, they don't know what, they throw it away. But please don't throw it away. I'm going to show you a way to make this delicious delicacy that we have in our country, and also how you could also freeze it, but we'll get to that later.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to throw it away.
Okay, so before we jump into how the whole process comes about, all I knew back then was that, up until now, was that overripe plantain you can use to make.
Yes.
But are there other things you can use overripe plantain to do?
Tatale.
Tatale.
Yes,
okay.
tatale.
All right.
And I even doing my research, you could even make pancakes. Plantain pancakes, over-ripened plantain. Yeah, you add the flour, the eggs, the oil, and it comes out.
Mark that down for us. Well,
yes.
These days you come with
yes.
Yeah. Okay, so down to the Ofam now. So tell us exactly what you need first of all.
Okay, you need over-ripe. There's ripe plantain, but you want over-ripened, because when it's over-ripened, it has more sugar in it, and it's more tasty. So you want, and it's much easier for you to blend.
Okay.
Because when it's not ripened, trust me, when you make it, it doesn't taste the same. So you want over-ripened plantain.
Okay.
Then you want your onions, your garlic.
Okay, so that's the process?
Yes.
So we start by?
No, this is when you're mashing it. Yeah.
Okay.
Then you have your onions there. You have your spices. You have your garlic. Then I use Tom Brown or roasted maize that has powder. Yeah. I like that. You could use flour, or you could use rice flour, rice flour, but I prefer the Tom Brown because it's roasted. It gives another element of flavor. So I like to use that. And also use salt and your spices. You use the African nutmeg, the cloves, the cayenne pepper, and also our palm oil. So those are the ingredients that we have on the screen right now.
Nice.
Yes.
Then what happens?
Then you peel, please wash the over-ripened plantain, then you peel it, then you cut it, then you could even use a potato masher. If you have a food processor, you could use a food processor, or even we have our local sanka, and you could use that too. I just use the whisk, just to mash it up. I don't like it too smooth. I like when on my food, I like a little texture to it. So you could put it in the blender and blend it for you. Because I want to see some texture in it. So after I have done with this process, then I'll add the other ingredients to it. See, I'm adding my spices to it. Yeah, the spice to it. Then I'll add the roasted maize, the Tom Brown. Yes, I add that to it. Then our oil, our palm oil.
Wow.
Yes. So it's a whole meal.
Yeah.
It's a whole meal.
I'm sure at that point it was already smelling really nice.
Yes. It's sad we don't have like a kitchen here. Then you just kind of fold it together. Yes. Then when it's like this, then you could put it in a cake tin, right? Okay. And just bake it in the oven. That's the Ofam. But when you use the leaves, you could use the banana leaves. Yes. You could use plantain leaves. The one that I use, the leaf that I use for wache. Yes. Yes, you could use that too. So that's what I use. And see, I will brush it with oil. Then I'll take some of my mixture in there. Then I will fold it.
What did you just add there?
Those are the spices.
Okay.
The African nutmeg, the cloves, and the cayenne pepper. Yes. And then the Tom Brown.
So those 3 plantains that we saw there, I mean,
Yes.
how much of farm could that be enough for how many people could
For
eat that?
about 4 people.
Okay.
Yes, for about 4 people.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But like I said, I like to make it in the leaves.
Okay.
Because it gives you. I also like to add flavor.
Okay.
Because when you bake it in the cake pan, it's not the same.
It's not
When
the
you
same.
bake-
It's not the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this one gives you the leaves. You know, the flavor goes in there. Yeah. And usually it's served with peanuts.
Okay.
But you know Thelma won't come in. She has to take it up a notch.
And, yes.
Yes, so I decided to make, I have the peanuts here, but I also decided to make peanut butter sauce.
Okay.
So do you want me to go through the process with that?
I just want to see what happens here now.
Oh,
So,
okay, okay,
yes.
okay. So
now you coat the leaves?
Yeah,
with some of the palm oil?
With some of the palm oil, yes. So coat it with some of the palm oil, and then I will scoop some of the mixture. Yep. And then scoop it in there, then fold it. Then I bake it in the foil, because if I put this right in the oven, what will happen?
It's not going to work.
It will burn.
Yeah.
Before it's cooked.
Okay.
So I folded it, wrapped it in the foil, and baked it.
So the foil went over the leaves?
Yeah, the foil went over the leaves, as
Okay.
we have here.
All
The
right.
foil went over the leaves, and you bake it for about 30 to 35 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
Alrighty.
That's how long we bake it for.
And that's it?
And that's it.
Okay.
That is it. That is it.
Okay.
Yes.
So 30, 45 minutes?
Yeah.
30 minutes?
30 minutes.
Okay.
350 degree, 160, or or on whichever oven you're using.
Okay. And then when it's done, what does it look like?
It looks like, let me put on this.
So that's it?
That's it. That's it.
What?
But today we're doing a kitchen.
Even a non-cook like me can do this?
Oh yeah, you can. You can, and it's delicious. Mine is a bit spicy because I like spice. So it's like this.
Oh,
At the camera.
okay. So
Yes,
that's it?
That's it. Then I will take the leaves off. Then it comes like this.
Scissor?
Scissor, and then I just wanna.
It's almost like a cake or something.
Yeah, it's like a cake. It's like a cake.
Plantain cake kind of.
Plantain cake.
All right. So would you consider this like a snack now? I mean, back then it was for soldiers going to war.
Yes,
and
it's a snack.
So this is like a snack, right?
It could be a meal,
This
like
could
for
be a meal as well.
breakfast.
Okay.
You could take one of these wrapped, take it to your office, and just have it for breakfast.
Okay. And so this is some stew?
This is my peanut sauce I was telling you about.
Yes.
So it's peanuts. Then I added ginger, garlic, onions, and I cooked it out. Yeah. So.
Wow.
Yes.
I can sense Thelma coming to the studio any moment from now. You know her GPS and food.
Oh, yes.
It's powerful. Yeah, I can sense her coming. So I'm coming to read messages. She lied. They can't read me.
Voila.
Voila.
So I'll
We'll put this out of the way
with
so you can see what's happening.
Peanut butter sauce.
Okay. So
Chunky
people,
peanut butter sauce.
That's it right there. That's my meal.
Yes, that's
okay.
I'm going to make one for Thelma too, because
yes.
I know she's going to come around.
Okay.
So you taste.
All right, so we'll pray first.
Oh, yes.
For what you're about to receive.
Oh,
yes.
man.
We thank you, O Lord. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Yes,
Amen.
yes. So this is the plantain that isn't like has a black jacket because it's over right now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And usually people throw it out. Please don't throw it out. Even if you're not ready to make your farm, please take it, put it in a Ziploc bag, and then keep it in the freezer. When you want to use it, you just take it out and use it. Throw it out and use it. Having had your, it's so quiet. You have to say something.
This is the kind of meal where if you are sick on a Thursday morning and we know Thelma is coming, you will just jump out of bed. Just come and eat this food, man. This is breakfast.
Yes.
You know? When you say GTV breakfast, this is it, man.
How do you like it with the peanut butter?
I'm feeling the crunchy peanuts and things inside.
Yes, like I said, I always like texture. I don't like things that are.
Okay. So while I'm enjoying this, tell me about the school, man. What I know you guys have a 50th anniversary.
Yes, we have a 50th anniversary.
I mean, tell me what happens like on the daily.
Well, it's a 1-year course in catering. We also have like 6 months and 3 months, and we're going to have like that you come for like 2 days and just learn. You have some of the top chefs in Ghana going to join us with that program that's going to start in May. Yes, so you come, you take a form, and you go through the process, and we teach you everything. We have all our products all over Ghana, even all over the world, if I dare say so.
Nice.
Because 50 years is a long time. Yes, yes.
Great stuff. The College of Culinary Arts.
Yes,
and Hospitality Management.
So if you want to learn how to make a farm, hey,
yes,
come around. We'll teach you. With this pleasant face.
Yes, indeed.
Can't go wrong with that.
You can't go wrong. And we'll tell you how to get in touch with Thelma's organization pretty soon. Talking of Thelma, Thelma is here. I have one on my left, one on my right.
Yeah, and the one on my right doesn't look too happy today. No. Oh, why?
Because all the eating is going on.
No, we've served one for you.
I can't go without you.
Read your messages.
I'm happy now. I'm happy now. So let me end my offer by reading the messages as I possibly can.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us. Remember our WhatsApp number 055-55-61034. Send your messages to us now. This one says, good morning and keep up the good work. And so I think you have a huge fan here in Eric Kaf. Good morning, Mr. Kaf. I'm watching you live from Libya, Benghazi. You're looking awesome this morning.
Thank you very much. Rit Cultural is responsible.
Rit Cultural.
Wow.
Rit Cultural. This one says, the Northern Evers prepare this by steaming, and it's called akla. We don't add palm oil. Would you know about that, Cap?
That's a remix.
Well,
I'm even from Southern Ever.
You're from Southern. But you don't have anything like that?
No. Yeah, so they don't use the palm oil.
They don't, they actually, they steam it. My mom told me about that.
Okay,
yes.
Is it like the Nigerians moi moi?
Yeah, the moi moi.
But this is beans.
Yeah, beans. But when I was researching it, they actually also use like a moi moi.
I know the Gas have something like that. It's called ablongo.
Oh, okay.
Ablongo?
Yeah. So it's ripe plantains and it's pretty much the same. My mom makes them awesome. I miss my mom's ablongo. So you see how we are all linked?
Yes.
By even our food.
Yeah, our food.
More messages coming in. Lovely breakfast today. My grandma used to prepare it back in the village. It's called kakle in Ewe. Brings back memories. Yao in Accra. Yao, make some today. Once you are reliving all this. Good morning. Keep up the good work. Chef Thelma is a beauty. True talk. So you have a fan.
We agree.
You have a fan on the screen. Good morning. This is the hashtag we love to see, GTV Breakfast. It looks easy to prepare. I will try this over the weekend. Thanks, Thelma. You see, so when we do this on Thursday, we give you enough time so that on Friday you go to the market, pick up all the ingredients that you need, and then over the weekend you treat yourself. See, we love you. We think about you. Messages coming in. I would like to taste it too. Can we eat?
Okay, yeah. Here we go. Okay.
All right. Send it.
Yeah. So I want to give you some. Open your mouth. Say Come on. Yeah, I want to give you some.
Oh, no, this person will not be happy. Good morning to all on the show. Maxwell from Dakuman. I wish I was there to enjoy some offam. That's according to Maxwell. Maxwell, we wish you were here too. Jesus Christ, is that offam? That's why I don't like educated girls cooking. The red oil is just too small.
You want to no, please. We can't drown it. We're watching
everyone has their own preferences.
Yes.
You just adjust it to taste.
And baptize yourself with it.
And Thelma said hers is spicy. If you don't like moko bebre, so prepare it according to how you like it. Okay. The awesome recipe going to try out now. So simple.
Such a simple recipe.
Try it and send us a review, okay, of your own performance. Good morning, Kaf and Nana Kwamwa Boating Ablikuma Central, aka E11 is good, says you are whetting my appetite early this morning. Although I have already taken my breakfast.
Go for another one.
Take another one. Good morning, VFS. Fantastic. My household always throw away ripe plantains, and now I'm now going to do it myself.
Wow.
Don't throw away it in the refrigerator.
Don't throw away ripe plantain. Don't throw away food. Good food is expensive. Hello, good morning, Mr. Kafui. Please invite me. My son said he's eating it. Gabriel from Kasua. Kaf,
and Thelma. You
Yes.
brought matter in Gabriel's
I want to
house.
feed him some.
It's
Maybe the
good
son is
matter.
ready. Yeah.
Okay,
I'll
this
feed
one
him.
says it's the same as kaklo inga, but kaklo is fried. Kaklo is fried one, but
This
then
one is
this
baked,
is baked.
so
This will be probably healthier.
yeah, it's
'Cause
healthier.
No oil?
Definitely
No
healthier.
oil.
No, just a little bit.
Little bit of oil.
I'm being chastised for using
So
too
you
much
people
small
keep sending
oil, but-
messages so that I don't get to the table. I'm going to read fast, so I can also go and try mine. I'm just loving the show, GTV Breakfast. That's the hashtag we love to see. Thank you. F4, good morning, GTV. Kafui, you there enjoy you. His plate is almost empty there.
You know what has happened to me right now? I was supposed to go and do some. I was supposed not to have eaten for the first 4 hours of this morning since I woke up, and I just realized that
it's not on Thursday.
I won't be today. No appointments like that
Tomorrow,
on a Thursday.
tomorrow is Thursday.
No. Forget it. Somebody wanted to meet. Let me feed the person. Let me feed the person now.
Good morning,
you saw
GTV
Louis
Breakfast.
girl doing that to you too in his outfit.
Oh Lord, this one says this food in the 80s we eat more of it. The kind of food they prepare. The women today need orientation.
I have a problem. Why today's woman? You can also go and
the guy
prepare for
too.
yourself.
Mr. Mpoma, you can cook.
Yes.
If you can eat, you can cook.
Come on.
So it's not a today's woman something. It's a today's human being.
Come on, I have a 12-year-old who is
Your
a chef.
boys are
Yeah. He's cooking seriously, man. So yeah.
Awesome.
He made his mother breakfast like the whole day of her birthday.
To me. I was amazed.
He made
did.
the food. Mr. Mpoma, cook yourself because you eat.
Yes.
So you should be able to cook.
Yes.
This one I object. This is my personal objection, not GBC's objection.
No. I agree with that. I second that.
Comments by Thelma are hers alone.
The comments made by Thelma are my own comments, not that of GBC. Please let Mr. Kafui leave me some more. We should just start packaging some of this food. So on Thursday we just do deliveries. We are trying to stop you from eating so that Kafui will finish and continue with you. You see, that's why you are sending the messages. That is just mean. That's just mean. Your message again. Wow, that would be very delicious. I will have one this morning. Yes, if you have ripe plantains, why not? Please tell King Kaf to stop teasing us. Kaf, stop teasing the people.
Another one. No, it's nice.
They don't like that.
The texture, it's smooth, and then you've got the crunchiness of the nuts entering your mouth. It's wonderful. It's orgasmic.
Oh,
this
morning, orgasmic. That word.
The plate is almost empty. And kings don't even eat.
Who says I'm a king? I'm a presenter. I'm a presenter wearing red cloth, just cloth. It's raining on my parade.
Someone is asking you a question. You say, Kaf, what of your camera men and women? Give them some.
No, they always have breakfast. They will enjoy some of this. But now they are working. Okay, I'm also working. So
let's see if there's any more messages. Oh, good morning, GTV. This food is excellent too. Hey, eat food. So our E has come.
I'll feed them again, don't worry.
That's great. Thank you for sending the messages to us. I'll hand over back to you and then I'll come and sneak in and grab my own plate of
Thank you so much, Thelma.
You're welcome.
Thelma, please run us through the process again because people want to know what the ingredients are and how you do it. So
we will have our over-ripened plantain, our onions, garlic, ginger, our flour, which is the maize flour, roasted maize flour, our red palm oil, and the spices. That's it.
And then the process?
And the process. Those are the list of the ingredients. See, if I went to school, I'll fail the exam.
No, you would. That's step one.
Step one.
Yes.
So you wash your over-ripened plantain, you take it out, you cut it out, then you mash it. Like I said, you could use a blender, a sanka, a food processor, whichever you have readily available, you use it. Then you add in your spices, you add in your your blended onions, garlic, and ginger. Then you add the spice, then you add your Tom Brown, which I used over there, and your palm oil. And then you mix it. You can make sure they are all incorporated in there, yes. And then you take the leaf, you brush over some of the oil. Good. Please wash the leaves because it comes out very dirty.
Yeah.
So the water, you see, I rinsed it like twice before I used it. So wash it. Then I brush it with oil. Then I scoop some of the mixture in there, folded it, then I wrapped it in foil so that the leaves don't burn. I don't want it to burn before the item is cooked, the farm is cooked, or akeche is cooked. Yeah, akeche is cooked. So that's the process.
So you put it in the oven for 30 minutes?
For 45 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Anything more than that will be overcooked.
That's it?
That's it.
Wonderful. And then it comes out? And then it looks like this.
It looks like this. The camera could take it.
Yes.
Model
So that's it. And then you unwrap it for them.
Unwrap it?
Yes.
Okay.
Show them what it looks like. Yes.
This is what it looks like.
Yeah, there you go.
This is what it looks
That's
like.
what it looks like.
Yes. Then it looks like that with my peanut sauce. People just use granite, but I just wanted to, take it up a notch. So I made the sauce out of the granite paste.
This is it.
That's voila.
Voila. And this one is for Thelma.
It's for Thelma.
Can I go and serve her? Okay.
Is that a question to ask?
Let me finish my last one. Who else wants some more? Say
Nobody wants. Valerie would want some more.
Say
more Titi. Last bite.
You are terrible. He is. You're terrible.
Thelma.
Good to have
Yep. Here I come.
You're not going
okay, and while you make your way,
I'm respecting my mother. She said, "Eat everything you plate. Eat everything. Finish your food. Finish your food." I finished it.
Yes, so he finished it. Good.
While you walk over with my food, someone is asking, when are we going to prepare cocoa and kose? Hey, people have needs.
We'll show you how to make it.
Someone is praying that the food go over you. Say, ask Kafui, when the food pejam, what will happen? Will the show continue? Yes. He will just go home.
Take a long break.
Good morning, family. The food she prepared is called ablongo. You remember I said my mom calls it ablongo. One of my all-time favorites without the nuts. Trisha, I'm with you on this one. My mom says it's called ablongo as well. Good morning, Kaf. Be careful. A chief doesn't eat in public. Evans from Teshi.
Maybe you install me, Chief. Maybe you install me, Chief.
So I'm going to go and collect. But you too, why? Just give me the food. Oh, guys, this teasing.
Oh, my dear.
I tell my mama.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking in my head. Thank you.
Let me do it well.
This is beautiful. Wow.
Okay.
This is gorgeous. Just look at that. Thank you.
Can I go back?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
And so that no messages, hey, you're listening. So I'll go and try this out, and then I'll hand over back to Kaf and Lady Thelma. Or farm guys.
All right. Okay. Messages are coming, but you go and eat. F1 Women's Gold.
In fact, I will be inviting the entire crew for a special recipe made by me. Do it.
Thelma, you have to wait before you eat.
Good morning, Miss T. King Cap is making me miss my grandma.
Finish your food.
Thank you. But I'm going to start trying this out now. So thanks for your messages. I'll see you when I see you.
All righty. Thank you very much, Thelma. And back to you. So this is just wonderful. And I just can't wait till next week. I don't know what you're going to be bringing to us. It's a surprise. It's still heritage. So something nicely Ghanaian. We are cool with that.
Very much.
Next week, I'll be doing Ghana.
Oh, okay.
So I'll be dressed like
my
a
people.
Man. So bring something Ghana for me.
Okay, now Moko will bring something. That's my Ghana.
Bring me something Ghana next week because I'll be wearing my Ghana apparel.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, then I'll match you.
Maybe so. So what do you want to tell people today about the recipe and then, of course, the courses that your organization organizes?
Okay, what I want to tell people is it's simple, it's easy. Please don't throw away your over-ripened plantain. If you can make it, you could always put it in the refrigerator and bring it out later or thaw it out and use it. And if you want to really be an excellent cook, come to my school.
Okay.
My number is 024-370-8575. My IG handler is Lady Thelma Boy on IG. So yes,
all right.
Reach out to me.
And do the number again slowly for us.
024-370-8575.
Thank you very much. And that's Lady Thelma Boy, the Chief Executive Officer of College of Culinary Arts and Hospitality Management, celebrating 50 years of existence this year. And the big do is on which date again?
26th of this
26th March 2022.
And like I say, I throw an invite to you. If you don't come, there's no love.
Yeah, no. We have to be there to come and show you love.
Yes.
So thank you so much. We've got a lot on this show coming up. We've got our sports news at 7. At 7:20, we'll be looking at the headlines. Fuel prices are going through the roof, and there's a big conversation on fuel as well. Hey, I heard ECG is on the rampage these days, man. They went to take out the lights at the sports stadium, Accra Sports Stadium. Good thing that our game against Nigeria is not happening there. Our game in Nigeria is going to Kumasi. So Baba Yara is the place, and a lot of people are having a lot of hope because of Baba Yara. They believe that's where we do our business. Remember, that's where we beat Egypt 6-1 to qualify for one of the World Cups back in the day. So what do you think about the Baba Yara venue? Is it the place for us to do our business? What do you think about the fact that our team has not been named yet? And so the head of communications, Henry Asante-Chum, says it's for strategic reasons that our team, and the Nigerians are trolling us. So one of them says, while we are ready, some people don't even have a venue. Now we have a venue. Then today their coach says, well, he knows his top 11, first 11 against Ghana. We don't know ours, and they're keeping it under wraps, just like Ofam in plantain, in leaves, and then in foil. You can't see what's inside. But I hope it's something as good as the Ofam we had, because we have to beat these Nigerians. If we play both of the games in Nigeria, we'll still beat them. My view must come back again. Oh. Black Stars, don't disappoint. Don't disappoint. 6 minutes to 7 o'clock. I'll read a couple more messages. So I'm going to walk. I'm going to leave you here. We'll have to love you and leave you. So I'm going to leave you, Lady Thelma Boy. Okay. And hopefully we'll see you again next week.
Definitely.
All right.
It's not hopefully. It's happening.
All right. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to go check out the more messages for, I'm sure, more love for you, Thelma. 055-556-1034. Godwin Selikem says, King Kaf, when will I be invited to the show to enjoy some of the food? Come now. Va. Va. John Kane Nate. Good morning. Why you people read the message first and refuse to read to the public when you see the message is not in the favor of the prepared guest as is happening today? Why are you just choking us like that? I just read your message. Take it easy. Life is too short to get angry that people haven't read your messages. I've just read your messages. And why are you calling us you people? We have names. This is Kafui, this is Thelma, this is Valerie, this is Maltiti. We don't like you people, please. Thank you. Good morning, Togbi Hobrimpong Kafui. Where are my rings? No, I don't wear rings. I only have one. We don't have to treat Black Stars like E-Levy. How are we treating E-Levy? You guys. From Ofam to Black Stars. Big lady, please don't forget the food is E-food. She's not a big lady. She's a cute lady. And it is not E-food. We will tease you. We'll continue to tease you. Somebody has just sent us 2 licking emojis. Tasty, tasty. They love it. Okay, more messages. 055-556-1034. You're giving me a title. Togbe Obrimpong Kafui from Akumadan. All right, I take it. More messages. 055-556-1034. Last message. King Kaf is making me miss my grandma. I will do it again. We take a quick break. We shall be back for more. The sports is coming up, and keeping an eye on various issues, rush hour. You stay with us. This is hashtag GTV Breakfast. 055-556-1034. This is made possible by RIT Cultural. Find them on Instagram, RIT, and then Cultural 2 for all the beautiful wear that you want from all over Ghana. You stay with us. My name is Kaf. Sports coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Good morning. It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling healthy.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votrasia at that time of the morning?
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast. Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling healthy.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votrasia at that time of the morning?
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast. Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling healthy.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votrasia at that time of the morning?
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast. Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling healthy.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning.
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast,
On-site restaurant,
or room service?
we've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
Good morning. It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning.
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast,
On-site restaurant,
or room service?
we've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
Good morning. It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping. On and joining us on GTV Breakfast Sports. I am Malti Tisaida Sadek. We'll be looking at the World Cup qualifiers, the game between Ghana and the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Also be looking at the UCL and the EPL, where Liverpool trashed Arsenal yesterday. Let's start off. The Confederation of African Football, CAF, has granted a one-match approval for the Baba Yara Sports Stadium in Kumasi to host the 2022 FIFA World Cup playoff between Ghana and Nigeria. The approval comes after a CAF licensing inspector visited the Baba Yara Sports Stadium last Sunday to inspect the facility. In a letter signed by CAF Development Officer Raul Chipenda to the Ghana Football Association, the Baba Yara Stadium replaces Cape Coast Stadium, which was originally to host the game. Still under Ghana's opponents, the Super Eagles are scheduled to arrive in Ghana with a chartered flight on Wednesday ahead of their crucial World Cup playoff with the Black Stars. Interim coach Austin Eguavoen is expected to arrive with a 23. Their West Africa rivals, the Black Stars. The Super Eagles will open camp on Sunday, March 20, before emplaning to Ghana 3 days later.
There's a chance, and the equaliser. What a start!
Look at the UCL now, and Chelsea cruised past Lille to advance to Champions.
As the Man U fans keep licking their wounds now, Liverpool reignited their Premier League title race and came within a point of the top spot with a 2-0 win. From that victory, Man United player David De Gea says it's been long since the club started fighting for trophies and says they need much more after losing to Atletico Madrid in the UEFA Champions League. The Spaniards beat them 3-2 on aggregates to progress to the last 8 of the competition.
Sports on GTV Breakfast. I am Maltiti Saida Sadiq. We'll take a break, and when we come back, Kafri Day will sit for the headlines with his guests.
Studio One. This is the Breakfast Show. Live from GBC Studio One, this is the Breakfast Show.
GTV Breakfast. Welcome. This is show number 164 of the new improved, powerful GTV Breakfast. It's a joy to be here, and I've been joined by my Thursday morning panel, Dr. Lawrence Tete, Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, founder, president of the Worldwide Miracle Outreach, and Sheikh Arimiya Shaibu, who is the spokesperson for the National Chief Imam. Gentlemen, good morning to both of you.
Morning. Good morning.
And we are still continuing the Heritage Month. So I like the way you are all attired.
Great.
Who chooses your colors for you, Sheikh?
My wife does.
No, she's got taste. Yes. And also for you, you are looking really fly.
No, today I'm only trying to follow.
Looking really nice. Really nice.
Yes. Yeah. For me, heritage, especially those that are positive, are something based on which nations have been built. And our forefathers, there's no nation in the world that has forgotten its positive heritage, that has made any progress. And so, as a nation, 65 years is put aside some of the challenges that we have had. Yeah. We were built on the foundation of certain values across our cultural diversities. And I think we need to pass on those. Our departure from these will spread a doom for our nation. And you can see the indiscipline that we have now. Young people do not have respect, even in the name of politics. You find a young person, 25 years, insulting another 70 years or 65 years. He said in the name of political diversity, he should insult freely. Yeah, I get worried, seriously, because at my age, I'm very particular about the heritage I leave to my younger children. I'm very particular in my family line, what I leave behind for me. And any elderly person who never thinks, and young people of today must think, if you are today 25 years and you insult a 90-year-old man, you send your mind forward when you are 90, and another young person is there, and when he does that to you, you will see what it means.
Yeah. Okay. Reverend?
Certainly. I think if we lose heritage, we've lost our values. The values that we need to hold on to are the heritage we inculcated. And seriously, I remember when we were in school, when you get into the bus and you are seated and an elderly person comes, you get up.
Those good days.
Today it is not there. Our children know our rights. And sometimes I think we, the parents, have a responsibility. What we learn from our parents, we're not passing it on. And posterity can judge us on that. We are even sparing the children in the bid to not discipline them. Lifestyle now, even the way some of our children dress, you can tell. And I feel very sad for certain parents.
I mean, seriously.
I feel very sad for certain, in their bid to create the impression that they are enlightened and they are disciplined and they are civilized, where they become unwise themselves. And then you see a man of God or a very prominent person in society, you see their children and the outlook of their children, and you realize they've not left a heritage. And you wonder why they are not dressing like that. They tell you it's a modern trend. But I think we are missing out something. There's so much indiscipline now than we have in our time. In our time, even our neighbors discipline us.
Oh, yes.
Our father's friend, our mother's friends, strangers discipline us.
Don't try that now.
Today, if you do that,
you
are going to police station to end up in prison. So, and the culture of insult now, I think we need to really warn our politicians to wisen up. Because the better you insult people, the good positions they give you. And so today, if you look at our media trade, there are a lot of people who, I'm sorry to say, it's a very heavy thing, but there are a lot of people who could not have done anything but for radio stations. They could not have done anything but for FM stations. And they will sit down and just undermine people's hard-won reputation in the name of reportage. And sometimes you look at it, we don't really research in our reportage at all. But by the time you realize you've undermined people, and it's because of the indiscipline and lack of heritage, we should follow people who in the past did well, and that is what brought us into this.
Good, a good note of caution for what we're leaving behind us. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll start on a really sad note because on the front page of today's Daily Graphic is a story about violence in Boku. So 3 killed, 3 soldiers wounded from Boku gunshots. Full story is on page 13 of today's Daily Graphic. On the line right now, we have our Upper East Regional Correspondent, Peter Agengre, to bring us up to date with the story. Peter, good morning. Welcome to DTV Breakfast. First of all, give us a brief background of what happened in Boku yesterday and what the situation is today. Hello, Peter, can you hear me?
The third person.
We're trying to establish contact with Peter Agengre. He's our Upper East Regional Correspondent, and he wants to give us some background to what's happening, what the latest situation is at Boku, because there were a couple of casualties yesterday when 3 people died and 5 others were injured. These casualties were recorded, according to the Daily Graphic, during an exchange of between and some residents of Babari Boabula, a suburb of the Upper East region. Let's now get on the line and speak with Peter Agengre, our Upper East Regional Correspondent. Peter, good morning. Welcome to GTV Breakfast. What's the situation right now in Boku?
Yeah, good morning, Kafui, and to our viewers. The situation in Boku as of now can say that there is fear, though the place is calm now. There is fear among the people because anything can happen at any time. This gunshots that were recorded, that was on Tuesday, in the Tuesday afternoon. What happened yesterday? Again, 2 people lost their lives when the military around 4 a.m. went to a particular community, a suburb of Boko, known as Bazua, Babare Bula community within the Boko municipality, to exercise some arrest. But the community members resisted that arrest, and then so there was that gunfire between the military and that of the residents of the area, and that resulted to the death of the 2 people, including a 9-year-old child. And so that is the situation at Boko. There's a lot of fear. We had the opportunity to speak to the municipal chief executive, that's Amadou Hamza. He was not happy of what is going on. He expressed fear that any time at all, at any moment, the gunshots or the war can still happen again. There will be some fight again between the people because the military even intervening and then they attacking the military and trying to resist arrest. Should tell you the people are really not taking the issue very lightly, and so anything can happen at any time.
All right, Peter. Well, thank you for telling us what's happening at the moment. We must apologize for the pictures that we are showing on the screen. But I'll get back to you. Peter, what exactly is the cause of the violence in Boku?
Yeah, so that violence that is going on in Boku is not something that is new to us between the Mampus and that of the Kosas. It's a very long time conflict that has been happening within the people. But what happened recently, we heard that one Fulani man was going with his donkey and he was killed. We don't know which faction killed the man. But the death of the donkey owner sparked or brought about gunshots again within the area. We cannot tell which side gave out the gunshots, but it's due to the death of this man that brought about the gunshots within the area, and that has also sparked or brought about that the conflict between the two factions. And the Upper East Regional Police Commander was there. That was on Tuesday. He was there to maybe ensure calm among the people. He went there, had a meeting with RECSEC and that of MUSEC, that is the Municipal Security Council in Boku. And they dispatched a lot of security within the people. In fact, when it happened, I spoke with a lot of people over there, and the whole place was deserted because there was that fear that the conflict was again. And so a lot of people even had to leave Boko Township to neighboring communities for their lives.
Okay, Peter, just establish this for me. So is there a curfew in Boku? And we also want to know whether there is still a ban on people riding on motorbikes. And thirdly, the ban on wearing of fugu or smokes. Are these three things still happening?
Right. So when we spoke to the municipal chief executive, that's Amadou Hamza, from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., the people would not have the opportunity to be in town to transact any business. And
Did you say from 6 p.m. to 8 a.m.?
6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
6 a.m. to 8 p.m. You can't move around?
Yes.
That's the whole day, morning to night?
Yes. And that is to say that the use of fugu and that of the riding of motorbike is still in force. There was that ban on the wearing of smoke. So according to the MCE, that one is still in force.
What was the reason for the banning of the wearing of the smokes?
Right. So according to him, when they had a meeting, the Security Council, they had a meeting, they realized that the men, sometimes they will hide these guns inside their smoke. And so that is why they had to ban the use of the smoke, so that nobody can hide any weapon inside the smoke. The smoke is a kind of a cloth or way that when you have something inside, nobody will know because it looks big. And so that is why they had to ban the use of wearing of smoke within the municipality.
Okay, so for the motorbikes, is it still banned? I mean, if I ride on a motorbike, will I be prevented, or is it the fact that two people cannot be on the bike?
If the use of the motorbike, let's say a man picking a man is banned. A man picking a man is banned. A woman picking a man is also banned. But a woman can pick a woman. A man can pick a woman. That is what the instruction says.
So two men on a motorbike, it's a no-no.
Two men on a motorbike, yes, is a no-go.
How about one man on a motorbike?
One man, yes. There was no mention of any one man riding a motorbike being banned. No.
All right.
One man can ride a motorbike, but two men on one motorbike is banned. A woman picking a man is also banned. Yes. Okay. So that is the security measures that they have also put in place.
Before I let you go, just clarify the curfew for me again. It's from what time to what time?
Yes. So, in fact, let me get this one straightforward, because I actually tried to get some of the security personnel or the MC to clarify on this, but I was not able to get it, because people who are within the area who told me that they have been restricted from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. That is the curfew. But that is not really confirmed from the MC or any of the security officers there.
But what do you observe? Do you observe that between 6 in the morning and 8 in the evening, there's no movement?
Yes, there is no movement. That is what I'm told. There's no movement. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. The curfew... Let me get the time is rather 6 a.m. Yes, they can move in town. They can do their business, but by 8 p.m.
Okay.
Movement
is okay. So the curfew starts from 8 in the night and ends 6 in the morning.
Okay.
Exactly. We just wanted to be sure on that. Yeah. Wanted to be sure on that.
6 p.m. to 8 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Yes, but these shootings they happened outside of the curfew, did they not? These shootings that happened that got people killed, did they happen during or outside of the curfew?
It happens outside the curfew time. Around 4 a.m. Yeah, 4 a.m. is within the curfew period. That is what happened yesterday. But the previous day, the Tuesday on, was outside the curfew. It was in the daytime.
Okay.
But it was yesterday that around 4 a.m., 5 a.m. was still within the curfew period.
Okay, now briefly before I let you go, what is the state of security in Boku? Do you see an increased police or military presence?
Right. So we realized that when the regional police commander came, he dispatched a lot of police and military within town. A lot of them have been in town, many police and military at different posts in town. We asked if there will be more deployment, but the MC said that for now, what they have at there is what they are working with. And so if at any point in time the security realize that there is a need for them to deploy more, then that is when they would have to send. But for now, there are a lot of security personnel within the town and outskirts of Boko.
Peter, I'll leave you here. Thank you so much, Peter. Again, Gray is the Upper East Regional Correspondent for the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, giving us a sense of what's happening in Boko. 3 killed, 3 soldiers wounded from gunshots, according to the Daily Graphic. I'll start with you, Sheikh Armiya Shaibu, because what's happening there is quite close to your heart.
I mean, seriously, I can only continue to plead to the leadership of the two communities. Security has further broken down now. The information I'm getting is public workers are refusing even posting to that place. Schools are being shut. Economic activities are at a standstill. When this thing happen, young children, old people, women suffer most. And what disturbs me so much and it makes me sad is when I see the flow of the young women who move from that place to Accra here with the title of Kaye. It doesn't spell anything good for us. And but in a situation of heightened tension like this, all that you can do is to plead. One may not be able to pass judgment on who is this, who is doing that, because as I sit here, I form part of a team of mediation. So we are all the time careful even what to say, so that you can maintain the respectability and that allows both parties to listen to you anytime you have made. About a month or so ago, we were there.
What goes on in these mediation sessions? Who do you talk to? Give us a sense of what happens.
Yeah, I mean, usually, especially in a situation of tension, when we know security has broken down, you talk to the leaders. Because I, as a person, do not have the power and the mandate on the ground. They will not listen to me, but they will listen to somebody who is the leader there. So, for example, the Bokunaba, for example, we meet him and his elders and talk with them, and then go to the leadership of the Mamprasi community, also meet and talk. Our main point is to de-escalate, reduce the tension, and allow room for more peaceful approach to finding where the problems are and how we can reach a final solution. And in this particular case, dialogue is the important thing. He's a Kusasi. Okay. And so, and we got the assurance, actually. We got the assurance. We were respected, we were listened to. So after our movement from the departure from the place, relative calm was restored. We met the security, the MUSEC, we met them. They also
municipal security.
Yes, they gave us an assessment of the security situation there, and we all both. Well, security matters are more to them; they are more experts in those. But that we requested that probably the security be beefed up, so that we will not see further, loss of lives and the burning of houses, because the security situation there breaks down because as you walk, you do not know where the assailant comes from. Either you be attacked in one way or the other. You can be attacked.
How old is this conflict? How old is this?
I hear it's because we are told about the departure of the former king of the Mamprosis, that about 41 years ago, and the attempt to do the funeral and to put a new king is the issue. And then the Kusasi, also as people of the area, whose legitimacy also had been established through a court process is also there. So what it means is that there is conflicting claim to legitimacy. I mean, if one can summarize it that way, conflicting claim, to legitimacy in terms of the leadership of the area. But I think that we should use calm and look at modern trends and look at also history, and then come to. And I think also probably, I don't know whether they are able to, like the Dagban case when it came. It was not so much about the academics, getting involved, but the traditional approach was used more, apart from the research. And I hope that in this particular one also, the Peace Council has a role to play, but that it has to do so in partnership with established institutions, especially the cultural and traditional institutions that can assist us understand the history very well, and also look at matters of legitimacy in the modern context and see how we can meander through and be able to settle this without further killing. I want to use this opportunity to still plead with the leadership of the two factions, because when they speak, the young people will listen.
Do they understand Hausa?
Yeah, but they speak Hausa a lot. When they speak, you see, I'm using the Chief Imam's model. When, I don't want to take us back. When Reverend Osubampa did the prognostication, about the Chief Imam's death, for example, the young people loyal to the Chief Imam rose to their feet and did attack. Just when we informed the old man that this is what is happening, he instructed me particularly to really speak and stop them saying that he has not ordered anyone to do so on his behalf. And that was enough to bring that into a close. And I think what it means is that it's a leader who he has a following and his voice is respected. So when he speaks, and if you go to Boko, the same. The leadership of the Mamprisi have a following that listens to the leadership. From the Kusasi side, they also have a leadership that listens to leadership. So if the leadership can speak, however long it takes, our young people put down your arms, we will get into it and finally we will resolve. I'm sure we should be able to get, from the Kusasi side, the Bokunaba, the Mamprisi, and then the chief of Naraligua, as I'm told, these two major wings of the leadership will be able to really stem this with the help of the security arena.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, what's the role of the clergy in mitigating some of these conflicts?
I think the Mamprisi and Kusasi issue is not today. It's been hanging for nearly 50 years now. And beyond the dialogues and everything, we also need to get the people to understand the hazards that it brings to the community. We seem to lose sight of the fact that as far as Boko, Mamprisi, and all that is, it's still part of Ghana.
Sure.
And anything that happened there has a very hard ripple effect on the community, even here in Accra. If you notice, most of the women that we have at Makola and Kosiajaso and things that we call the Kayaye come from that part of Ghana. Now, if they come here and they don't have a good place to sleep, they don't have a good shelter, they don't have a good living condition, it compounds our issues, and that leads them into many unnecessary things we don't even want to go about here. So I think we all have a collective responsibility. It's not just the clergy. I think the clergy is doing its best. The religious leadership have come together, and that is one good thing we need to applaud Ghana about, that when it comes to issues like this, our religious leadership, we break our ranks. Muslims and Christian leaders, of course, we form the highest community of Ghana anyway. We come together and things are done. If you look at the leadership of even the National Peace Council, it's mainly made of leadership of the church and leadership of the Muslim community, and that is where the problem is. What I would really caution is that there are a lot of people who use this situation for their selfish gain, and we need to caution them. National security must really put its eye on the ground and be able to pick up these individuals who are foiling this thing, because a lot of the youth are only bandits. They fight without even knowing the sense of the reason why they fight. Once you are attacked, that you are Mamprose, you are Kusasi, they want to show that they have power, and they are being used. And they are the ones who are becoming victims now. A lot of the people who are instigating it know how to travel to Accra, know how to travel outside of Ghana, but they get stuck. And it's very sad. I was watching some of the footage yesterday, and I felt very sad that with a lot of even some soldiers have been hurt. Some of them, military helicopters had to go into that part of Boko to go and fly them down. I think we need to put a check on it. We are arranging for a team of people who will go in their clergy colors and be able to also see how they can also bring about some level of peace and understanding.
Well, thank you very much. Wish you all the best in that. Your thoughts? Would love to hear from you. If you live in Boku, if you live in that particular community, how is this conflict affecting you? The curfew, the slowdown in economic activity, the increased military presence, the lack of teachers in some of your schools, and the general insecurity. We would love to know. We want to hear from you on the ground. Okay, so 055 556 1034. Still to come, a conversation on the skyrocketing as far as fuel is concerned. Why is it going all the way to the top? I saw some 10 CDs today when I was driving, and I said, yeah, is this it? You know. So that conversation will be coming up in the next hour. But for now, we're looking at another big issue, and this was at the Kofi Annan Road Safety Award yesterday at the Kempinski Gold Coast Hotel, Accra, where the president was the keynote speaker. And the statistics coming out of Africa for road accidents are frightening. You know, we have just the highest per capita level of road accidents. People are just being killed, you know, left, right, and center in Africa. President is decrying road accidents, declares them a global pandemic. So this was an award that was, it's been done in honor of illustrious Kofi Annan, who was very passionate about issues of road safety. And so the awards took off yesterday. Ghana was among four other African countries that were awarded: Ghana, Nigeria, Namibia, South Africa, and Morocco. And we want to just take a clip of what the president said at that event yesterday. If you miss it on the news, well, you'll get it again. So this is the president speaking at the Kofi Annan Road Safety Award held yesterday.
Live in urban areas by 2030. Unfortunately, urbanization is often associated with increasing motorization and its attendant road traffic fatalities and injuries. This situation calls for creative and proactive thinking in order to arrest the negative impacts of road transport. In Ghana, the government acknowledges that the current road safety situation is not satisfactory, but we remain committed to scaling up our investment in road safety initiatives and building partnerships that will help engineer improvements.
So that was the president yesterday at the Kempinski talking about road accidents, road safety. Sheikh, it's a big deal, you know, when you look at the statistics, the motorbikes that cause these accidents, how dangerous it is to be a pedestrian in Ghana and around Africa. It's scary.
Now, it's a big contradiction. What a facility or a mechanism that should give us comfort as we drive around also become the cause of our woes. Not even the death, but the maiming, the accident that maims people for their lives and take away their means of earnings, and they become so completely immobilized and paralyzed. They are unable to do anything for themselves. There is what I have seen, and I describe it like aggressive driving. I also drive. The major cause is aggressive driving. Drivers that are so inconsiderate. For example, if you are coming from behind and another driver wants to maneuver, he just wants to turn, or he just wants to change a lane, what does your body and your spirit tell you? I I have observed that my attitude is that I give even a distance. Once I see the driver ahead of me attempting to change lane, mine is to slow down, but once you force and he also comes in, sometimes we are not even inconsiderate. You have the lane, but he has come so close that you save the situation if you just slow down a little bit. I remember once, long ago, I was driving from somewhere, from a funeral. I reached Elwak. At the time, there was a filling station at Elwak. I was just branching off to buy fuel. I think I was not very conversant myself with the road rules. I mean, I must confess. So I was attempting to. Now, the oncoming driver saw me from a distance, but his claim was that he had the way.
So by all means, he had to go.
I had already entered. Look, I was with my late wife and one of my sisters, and they were telling me, look, the man is coming, he's coming. Look, we looked on, he's coming, and bang, he hit the car. So I said, oh, driver, you could have saved this situation. Yeah. You saw me from
allow.
So that's exactly what happens. And I think we need a certain orientation, road orientation, that helps people, one, to become very conversant with the road regulations, and two, habit and body language when it comes to driving. And I think that we have to adopt an attitude of non-aggressive driving. Where are you going to? Why are you speeding up unnecessarily? The motorbike riders, they are so impatient. In fact, they can come to you at the wrong side of your
overtake
your
car. on the wrong side.
I mean, and so on and so forth. So I think the road safety had a lot of work to do. You see, now if you attempt to enforce the regulations, one of the things I hate hearing whenever policymakers or government or public institutions want to enforce, and it affects people's livelihood. They say, "Yabambeko school, yendidi."
Meaning our children have to go to school.
Children have to go to school. For example, if you take the Okada riders, they are riding recklessly. If the police attempt to enforce, they say, look, I don't have a job to do. My children must go to school. My children must eat. I mean, we are a disciplined people. I think that the fact that we have to survive is not a reason why we must break in our regulations. So road discipline is important. Road safety and the police must enforce. And I insist, I still find it unacceptable. I appreciate what the police is doing very, very, very well. They are doing very well, and I want to support them. But I feel sad anytime I see a policeman at the traffic light and a motor rider rides across the red light,
and they don't stop there.
And they don't stop.
Exactly.
It's still happening. Yeah. I feel sad. I say, so the policeman did not see this rider. I want a situation where a police rider is there waiting. Anytime a motor rider runs through, is chased, or a certain communication is made to the next to catch the guy and get him, and so that we can enforce the law. And then the continuous public education for me is very, the road safety coming so periodic for me, it is not. There must be a timetable. That means that there's a continuous, even the road safety messages for me, and then do it in a catchy manner that when we were turning from left to right to right, I don't forget that thing.
And this was in 74.
The way they did it.
74.
We were
almost 50 years ago. You still remember? Because of the jingles. And
that was so beautiful. Yes.
And there was no social media.
And even children got impacted upon with this. And our change went smoothly. And so that's what messages do.
Yes.
On our media, now we say, look, road safety is now a problem for us. It is killing us. It is maiming our husbands, killing our wives, our children, and so on. Why is the young children who is being taken to school? What is his fault that somebody's reckless driving causes him to lose his feet, to die? And then woman is going to give birth, an ambulance is taking her, and somebody's reckless driving caused her to die. I mean, it's something that we must be worried about. And as Ghanaians, you know, our sense of Ubuntu, you know, I am because we are, and we are because I am. The Christian teaching, love thy neighbor as thyself. The Islamic teaching, love, you cannot say you believe God when you hate your neighbor. You see, these are things that must help us, that when you are driving on the road, the life of another person is important to you.
I must say you have a nice voice.
A nice preaching voice.
Yes, yes. And then when you sang that song, I was just so happy. Yeah.
That was a long time ago. I mean, see, I can't even forget it.
Niva.
Nah,
oh.
Po.
Niva. I like po. Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete. Road safety, I mean, it's a very, 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 it's deadly.
This is a very sad situation. Yeah. I think one of the most important things we should look at if we want to check on road safety is driving rules. We don't know the rules. As we sit now here, even among the three of us, if they put a driving rule in front of us, maybe we'll fail.
Oh yes, I mean.
And let me confess to you, there's a gentleman and his wife watching me from my house now. Bishop Graham and his wife Susan Graham, they've come from the UK.
Okay, they watch.
And yesterday, Susan and Lauren Graham and I were seated in the car, and this was a discussion. I failed my driving test 3 times in the UK before I finally got my British driving license. And you can imagine that time I was with Barbara at the early day stage of our cutting, and you go and your girlfriend asks you, did you pass? No. Did you pass again? No. The 3rd time I felt embarrassed, and I realized how unwise I've been. I left Ghana as a young driver, student driving, and so I had created an attitude and a habit that needed to be checked.
You took your Ghana stuff over to
yes.
the UK.
So I remember my driving instructor asking me, why don't you have traffic lights in Ghana?
Oh.
Then I realized that it's true.
Oh.
Here, when you look to the left and the right and nobody is coming,
then you go through.
You move on. So this silly attitude, until I went through failing once, twice, and the 3rd time, before I came back to my senses that you need to do things right. Most of our drivers, the reason why we have reckless drivers is that they don't know the driving rules at all. It's not so much about drunkenness. Your attitude and that foolishness of attitude comes in when you don't know the route, when you don't know who comes right. And I was saying yesterday, we're talking about we're in the roundabout.
Yes, who has the right of way.
And who has the right of way. And then the Englishman, Bishop Graham asked, why? Don't they know who has the right of way? I felt very embarrassed. And I told them we know. But what it is that we need to make sure we, like he rightly said, educate our people. There are a lot of people driving today with an attitude because they don't know the routes. In the UK where I've lived for all these years, even the bicycle rider must have their driving rules. And if you're a pedestrian and you are walking and you don't know the driving route, the police has a check. It's not only the motorists that are arrested or checked, even the pedestrians are also checked. Because some people, look at the way most of our motorbikes overtakes. They overtake on the wrong side.
Yeah.
And you are driving in the motorway or a high street on the Tama motorway, and somebody is on the fast lane, and when you even try to pass, they tell you, right over me. So they don't know. If people know the rules, they'll know that you don't go at a certain space when you're on the fast lane. So we need to teach it, and so that we don't always blame the devil. I get very upset, Sheikh, when we blame the devil for a lot of silly things we do. Some of the killings that have come through accidents are needless. And I think we've killed more people through accident than COVID and HIV.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And so when you look at the statistics,
it's crazy.
Great people's family members, future leaders of our communities have been messed up in the name of reckless driving. And that is why I would really recommend that the DVLA should get back into that task force. And sometimes, seriously, we talk more. You understand? We know the thing. Till today, there are people who are getting licenses who don't know how to drive. And some, if I sit behind my car and I look at some of the drivers, and the following day I have to change you because my life is at risk. The reason why maybe some of us have drivers is because we do so many things, multiple things. You want to read, you want to write, you want to get some notes. And it's not because you cannot drive. And some people, I had a driver about 2 months ago who was changing gears for my automatic car.
Oh.
And he tried to, in his, the word I want to use is too heavy for now. In his foolishness, he tried to explain to me, what? You understand? Automatic. And trust me, if I didn't know how to drive, he was changing it to S and to P, and he was, and I said, he was educating you. He was saying, no more fuel in a kind. Gentlemen, don't worry. Come and sit back. I would drive. When I came back home, he himself realized that he has lost his job. I'm a driver myself. And so, and the CV I received from the gentleman was a powerful one. And so, a lot of people are driving today, do not know. In the UK and in Europe, of course, Hungary and UK, mainly where I've stayed and I've driven there mostly, you do a theory test first, and you pass up to certain percentage before you are allowed to even do the practical.
And then when you get on the road, is there like a refresher? What happens?
Yes. What you do first is that you do a week course or a 2 month course, a month, depending on how sharp you can, and you have 100 questions. And out of that 100 questions, you are supposed to pass a minimum of 70%.
Good.
When you pass that, you know what rules are. So what is shoulder, what is exits, what is hazard perception, what is road traffic, what is the traffic, what is the hamper for, what is the red for, what is the green for. You must know this. Now I know that verbatim. After going through that 3 times, yes,
Third World War.
I know it very well. Trust me. And I know that you don't even, you have to drive with your 2 hands. And then the 6-way check. You look into your mirror, into that mirror, into the back, and then you do make sure you look at before you move the car.
6-way check.
6-way check. Most people don't know. And I ask the guys most time, what is a 6-way? They don't know. What is hazard perception? They don't know. So in the car, I keep it together. This is hazard perception. This is roadblock. This is roadman. The signs we don't even know. And trust me, we so much don't know the signs that is why we think it is our right. So we have a responsibility.
DVLA has a lot of work to do.
There's so much work to do. You'll be surprised in my house. I make sure all the drivers that come, which is my wife is in Ghana, she gets shocked. Nene, don't you see what the guy is doing? And sometimes they think they know that. The reason why there's outrage is also because the police themselves don't know.
Disaster.
I'm being very honest with you. I've had a chance to work with the police. Most of them don't have a clue at all. If the policeman is driving, he's happy to stop other people, but he doesn't even know what the rules say. And so the things they really chastise people about are people that are not related to driving rules. Speeding. Look, in the UK, where I have lived, it is not the responsibility of another driver to chastise another driver. When the police come, they arrest the two of you. You are all at fault. Today, there are people in Ghana, because of their position, they've made themselves police people themselves. It's not your responsibility. When the madman is going and he passes you, leave him to go in his madness. Don't chase the madman and try to prove a point because you're a macho. A lot of fights we see in the name of traffic rage is because people themselves don't understand the rules. In the UK, you're the one who tries to prevent the other car. You are also fined and reliable. And so we said the DVLA has a responsibility. I think in the past few years, every now and then they'll call me to some of the places and I'll go and give a talk on something. But you realize that even the people, the reporter that comes on it, the emphasis is derailed from the real things you want people to understand. We don't have the driving rules at all.
We need you as an ambassador at the DVLA. We need you as a road safety ambassador.
They said it many times. I don't need to be an ambassador to do an ambassadorial work. I've always said that in Ghana and as a people, we should be ambassadors in what we do. What are we doing here? Myself and Sheikh, we're ambassadors for Ghana as we sit here. We're ambassador for GTV. GTV is the biggest station in Ghana. I mean, regardless of what it is. So what we do here, the education we bring to people here, is education that not just bring Ghanaians together, but also enlighten people to know that as a people, we can be united. And it's only through united front that we can have a better nation.
In fact, you're already an ambassador.
Let me quickly add, I think that to enhance the safety,
yes,
you see, these road markings are very, very important. You go to some places, faded off, you don't see them. And in itself can lead to, especially in the night.
Yes.
I make a confession. I was driving to Takwa to see my old lady, and you know, sometimes they give the speed limit.
Yes.
But because you're on this thing, your mind, you know.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the speed gun. There was a time, old time. I watched this thing, and the speed gun put it at a rate higher than
what was operating.
So this time the moment I looked at the man was angry. But my point here is that can we have a system where the speed limit beams at you?
Yes.
Because you see, when you are driving, your whole senses and sometimes your mind,
So
and because we are humans, yeah, we are most likely not to see.
Yeah.
And then the policemen, what they do is that instead of being visible,
they hide.
They hide in a sharp corner, in a sharp curve. So the moment you see, and the moment you turn this way, then they do this.
Takrady Road.
Macho.
Wow.
You see, because you are helping, rather be visible. Because what you are doing is you are helping to tune my mind.
Yes.
Toward a certain behavior
So
in
flash
driving.
the thing to us, so we
flash it or stand at a place where, when a moment, even just because I have seen you,
I cut down.
Exactly. It's not just the joy of arresting.
I get you.
You see it.
It's a good point.
So I had a little encounter with the policeman.
Yes.
And I told him. So finally, I said, "Look," I said, "Okay, then park the car." I said, "No, I agree. I'm a citizen.
Yes.
So if that's what you want us to do, I will oblige. Yes. Go to court. I will explain myself. I will be charged if I had to be charged, and I'll come back. I'll abandon my old lady for the time being, and abide by the law."
Yeah.
But finally, as we engaged, I think they got to know who I am, and then they just allowed that I should go. But I was prepared actually to face the law.
Definitely so.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I don't think any of us go beyond the level of arrestability.
Exactly.
I use this word, arrestability and non-arrestability. Yes. In our country, who is arrestable and who is non-arrestable?
It should be all of us.
It should be all of us.
Yes. Yes. I tried that too. I was caught on all fronts. All fronts. I was like 20, 22, 23, living in Kumasi, driving from Accra. When the guys flagged me, I stopped. Everything was dead. Roadworthy gone. Driver's license gone. Overspeeding. I mean, so when the officer came up to me, he said, "Macho." I said, "Yes, sir, officer." He says, "Roadworthy is dead. Driver's license is gone. You're overspeeding." I said, "Officer, I'm in your hands. Process me." Then the guy stops and looks at me.
And I finish.
He said, "What?" I said, "Officer, process me." He says, "You young people, the book long is too much. Settle your father and go." I wanted to go to court.
Yeah.
I said, process me. So settle your father and go.
A lot of things that are taken for granted here has cost people's life. And this is a very serious matter.
It's a serious thing.
It's a very sad thing that if all of us can become able envoys and ambassadors, as you said, towards this thing, we'll save a lot of lives.
Prevention.
There are a lot of people we are pushing to drive. Their eyesight are not good.
Charlie.
Their eyesight are not just good. And so sometimes it looks as if those of us who have lived outside a little, we become a little bit straight. The eyesight is not good. It's not seeing the signs. And so certainly you are not safe. If you drive through Ghana, really, you notice that there are a lot of bombs on the road because people overspeed. They don't even know where to slow down. And people don't even get to know. My driver, one of my drivers, we burst 2 tires at a time. Just around that. Because the potholes were like manholes. And so even that one, we all have a collective responsibility. Let's save lives. Road accidents are killing more people than Ebola, HIV, and all the pandemics we are talking about. And you know, those who don't even die, the sad thing is that it leaves them to become
Complete,
disabilities,
perpetually maimed.
and mess up for life. There are people, as a pastor, I go to speak to and pray for in hospitals and in homes, that when you know what caused the accident, breadwinners of the families has been messed up.
Let's learn,
right,
and do the right thing. We've got messages from you. We can't keep the princess waiting. Hello, Nah.
The queen from the central region.
Oh, I made you a princess. I'm so sorry.
I step up.
Nana Hima.
I appreciate the mirror.
I appreciate you.
It's Vanta.
Nana Hima. Or the Nene.
Continent. It's Kanye.
Mpochoyi.
Major Samana.
Mpochoyi. Nchempeni for one working there. Abofraze otum zenena. Nenu fuzagor. Nanija nintosheze.
Major Samana.
Oh no. Ona ga call you if you say Egbeke onye fufu ogesho data flat church draw.
But the fancy puts it so romantically.
You know, so the fufu means breast, and the draw means the balls.
The balls.
And the guy say onye fufu ogesho.
Yes.
You can
play with your mom's boobs, but not your dad's balls.
It's a no-go area.
Forgive us for this expression.
It's a body part. It's like an elbow and nose.
It's just to say that, I mean, you can do whatever you want out there, but keep safe and don't endanger anybody else. Play with your mother's boobs, but not your daddy's private part. Okay, so do the right thing. Let's keep each other alive on the road. Your comments and opinions are yours and not that of GBC, and I'll get to them
Valeria
now.
Matiti are looking so shy at the other side of the couch.
Good morning, Breakfast Show. Power Breakfast Show by all standards. Thank you. Alhaji Dauda is saying, Upper East crisis. Oh Allah, I asked the Chief Imam of Ghana's rep on the panel to pray for my people in Upper East as we ask for refuge with you in doing bad from the ruthlessness going on. Oh God, in your name we pray. From Alhaji Dauda in Medina Estate. Thank you for that prayer. Musa Abattoir in Kumasi says, Ekufado and Baumia have no justification to get us into economic quagmire. Yeah. It's due to their incompetence and lack of vision to manage this country, get us where we are now. Fuel prices and exchange rates are exposing their lies and ineptitude. That's according to Musa. More questions coming in. The Mahamba Kojo from Esum said, Mahamaba. Oh, okay. Mahamaba Kojo from Esum. The government ought to at least let go of some of the taxes because there's a case of unexpected windfall in petroleum revenue. So prices are high internationally. Similarly, revenues projections from our oil sales have also gone up considerably. A reduction in some of the taxes will at least mitigate the suffering small. Here is kudos to Sheikh Arimiya and Dr. Lawrence Tete for their immense contribution on the Boko conflict. The visiting of the clergy to the place is a step in the right direction. Kafide, you are the best. Agbemozo from your hometown of Atito says, good morning GTV Breakfast Show. It's so sad news here, but I really like the contribution made by your guests. In fact, these are the people who need to involve themselves in our leadership of the country. To our brothers and sisters in Boko, calm down and reconcile so that everyone over there can have relief. Again, reconcile does not mean they are not strong, but just to have a peace of mind and do their daily activities. Thank you for sending that to us. I'll pick some more. Sankide says, if you do politics with fuel prices when you're in opposition for political gains, the realities will surely expose you when you come to power, because the fuel prices are not solely determined by the government of the day, but of many factors, including world market prices of crude, refinery product prices, and the cedi to dollar rates at the time of at that moment. So if I were JDM, I will call all the NDC minority MPs in parliament and supporters who are politicizing the fuel prices today to order. Special greetings, you are saying to Mr. Stephen Team. Thank you, Osankide. Good morning, watching live from Nkwanta OT region. My name is Masaudu Capello. He said, in fact, NPP and Akufo-Addo are suffering to govern because they forcefully took the mandate of the good people of Ghana. A reiteration once again, the comments made by persons on this platform are their own views and not that of GBC. Wonderful Thursday to everyone watching the show live at Kumfi. And he said, fuel shortage in Nigeria, major oil producer. Nigerians are
Ghana President Nana Akufo-Addo. He is the best president at this difficult time. Thank you, Jerry, for sending us that message. Boko insecurity. I grew up in a military barracks in my youthful days. My dad was a soldier some 20-30 years ago. The Boko issue persisted, and today it's still raging on. My advice is government must establish a military barracks and police barracks there, if non-existent. Also, we need to improve on intelligence gathering to avoid the possibility of a clash. Also, we need to investigate more whether or not some of the chiefs or kings or overlords has ever been in the police, army or security services. My reason is the kind of injuries out of the clashes means sophisticated weapons may be used injuring trained soldiers. And those are your thoughts. Thank you for sharing them with us. Anonymous says, as long as we as a country are going to pay bribes to acquire driving licenses, there are always going to be carnage on our roads. The DVLA now is a money-making exploitation. Adjust alone joins. Good morning, please. I would like to bring to your notice that the overhead bridge at Gifford Road, so we'll check on this one. Gifford Road leading to Burma Camp and the lower part that leads to Spintex is now being occupied by people who have made the underbridge the place of abode. I saw one last night. They may start attacking people. Please notify the authorities. Adjoa, thank you for bringing this to our notice. We'll try and follow up on that and report to the appropriate authorities. Good morning, Thelma. Accra to Kaswa Road is now a racing road for the Churchill cars. Wabagbo, road safety. Oscar Glaga is saying, former Judge John, good morning, GTV. The carnage and the frequency of accidents on our road stem from the refusal of drivers to wear their driver's coat. So he's saying concentration, observation, anticipation, and tolerance. Defensive driving implies arriving alive and in peace. We often hail drivers who speed and get us to our destinations faster by echoing Ezopa or
one antipa.
Ezopa.
You've gone pa.
You've gone Ezopa or one antipa. Let's begin preaching attitudinal change on our roads. I'm a victim of road crash. John Felix from Afram Plains. What's Jane saying? Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. My opinion is Ghanaians are afraid of paying tax, so MTTU should bring something like a fine when a motor driver refuses to stop when traffic is red, or careless driving, and the person found 200 cedis with a receipt. This nonsense will stop. So I'm guessing you are with the Reverend here on the nonsense stopping train. G. Gogna says, good morning, CAF. I think this road education discussion needs to go a little bit far. I urge the GTV station to make way for a weekly program on this subject matter. I really think this can help us as a nation. Justice from Achim Swedru. What's Isaac saying? Good morning, Kafui. The Boko problem is becoming more serious. In fact, government must find a lasting solution to the people, both Mampusi and Kusasi. Wendela Isaac is saying that. Silas is joining. Our drivers always ignore the driving rules, and as a result, many accidents on the road. Drivers do check traffic light signal. They just cross signal anyhow. I'm guessing do not check. They just cross signal anyhow. The authorities must strongly enforce the laws on them. I was refused driver's license for but B in UAE because I failed my eyesight test. But DVLA never checked all these before issuing driving license. I think they do perform the eye test. I've gone through it myself. So at least that point, I can say from with my own personal experience that they do. So thank you for sending that to us. Anyways, kudos to Sheikh Doctor. I think we've read this from Richie. Yes, we have. I'm really enjoying the show. We are glad that you are. Trisha is coming on. Kudos to the Sheikh and our Bishop. It's a different story in UK. It's so scary to drive in Ghana. Most of the accidents which happens on our roads are caused by drivers who schooled their trotro mates to drive. The drivers themselves have no clue of road safety mechanisms. The blind leading the blind always ends in destruction. The DVLA is to blame for all these catastrophes. Jonathan says, hi, good morning. You people are looking good. Thank you. Ritz Cultural made it possible. Ritz Cultural, find them on social media and patronize their services. T.E. Mensa says, it's quite a long one. Yes. Just imagine the Ghana Airways. Imagine that the Ghana Airways is in full operation and serving Eco Juice only if it's operating. Special ice mineral water, Edinkra pie, wache, or Ghana jollof with paddy rice. That's right, planted
chips and or local alcoholic beverages for those who like hard drinks on board. Just imagine the amount of jobs that would be created for Ghanaian youth, since these companies would have to expand production and the amount of money the country would rake in. We understand government can't employ all the youth, but it is the responsibility of government to provide a conducive environment for local businesses to thrive, with a long-term aim of providing jobs for its teeming youth. And he goes on, thank you for sending us that message. And someone says this is gross incompetence from the NPP side, and we appreciate all your comments. That's all that time will allow us to take for now, but keep sending your thoughts across to us and I'll be back to read them. Inti painful manuato.
Yo, I mean, you know what I say? Why is it? One of them.
Why is Last topic we want to deal with before we jump out of here. This has to do with Mr. Bakavoma, who has granted bail 2 million Ghana cedis, and there's a press release from the police that I would like to share. I'm sure Thelma will probably pop off to the other side and read that press release for us. But it has to do with Bakavoma being granted 2 million cedis bail. If you remember, this is a chap who posted something on his Facebook. And the government, the authorities did not like what he said. They are charging him with a treason felony. He's been granted 2 million cedis bail. The Tema High Court yesterday granted that amount of bail with 2 sureties to Oliver Bakavoma, 36, convener of the hashtag Fix the Country movement, charged with treason felony. One of the sureties was to deposit documents on a landed property at the court, and the passport of accused was to remain with the police. This is the police statement that was delivered, I believe, on the 16th of March. Is it 16th or 17th? 16th of March. And Thelma will read it for us. Thelma, please. Shoot.
Okie. So the police press release, police await completion of Vomawa's bail processes by the court. The Ghana Police Service would like to inform the public that the Tema High Court, presided over by Justice Daniel Mensah, today 16th March 2022, granted accused Oliver Bakavomawo bail in the sum of 2 million Ghana cedis with 2 sureties. As part of the bail conditions, the court ordered that one of the sureties should deposit his or her document covering the landed property within the jurisdiction of the court. Pursuant to the orders of the court, the police took the accused person to the court to execute the bail. At the court, the registrar informed the police that he had submitted the document presented by the sureties to the Lands Commission for verification, and he was therefore unable to proceed with the execution of the bail until a response was received from the Lands Commission. Consequently, the accused person was taken back into custody to await the completion of the bail processes by the High Court Registrar. We wish to point out that the accused person was granted court bail, and therefore the execution of the bail is dependent on the court and not the police. The accused person will therefore be released when the court is satisfied that the bail conditions have been duly met. We therefore urge individuals who are unfamiliar with these legal processes to take note and be circumspect with their comment on these matters. Signed, Superintendent Alexander Kweko Bing, Director, Public Affairs.
Many thanks, Thelma. So it's quite clear that he's been granted bail, but they need to check the documents. Verification. They say trust in God, but lock your car. In God we trust, the rest we verify. So they are verifying the documents. It's been a long time. I mean, he was arrested on the 11th of February. Today is the 17th of March, a month. But I guess the processes have to be followed. Sheikh.
I know sometimes the court uses some of this strength to just punish you. The police also use it sometimes. I mean, I've been to courts where you want to stand surety for somebody and they tell you they want to go and check your document, and the time is not there, the police is not able to go now, and they know at certain time of the day the court closes anyway. And when the court closes and the judge is gone, and the judge is finished already, it's gone anyway, the registrar cannot sign, there's no way you can be released. I think sometimes we should also learn to create a balance so it doesn't look as if we are trying to victimize people. I have never been in favor of coup d'etats, because I must say coup d'etats have not done anything good for anybody. Those who have believed in good, all of us as young men who believe in let the blood flow and everything, as we grew up we realized the senseless approach we did to so many things. So we're all coming back to the drawing board. I think one of the people I thank God for is Friar Lieutenant General John Rawlings, that after staging coup and living as a military leader for some time, he realized the need to come into party politics, and that is what has given birth to today's fourth republic that we have. So we are not going back again. And certainly, if you look at the trend, there's no time that these coup d'etats have brought in a good thing. Let's get into party politics. I rather we go into this argument we are going through, this debate and this dialogue, and that gives democracy is not war. And so that helps us to put ourselves together. But I think it is just a warning to all of us. And also I will beg the court, the police, and all stakeholders that let's temper justice with mercy. I think we learn our lesson over the time, and let us not stretch it too much. You know, when we over politicize some of these things, it destroys the good intention and look as if we are trying to target something. He's gone through this phase, and by now, even if he was on fire at that time, now he's realizing that maybe he could have toned out, he could have still passed this message in a better way. And let's temper justice with mercy. I would really say let's temper justice with mercy.
Temper justice with mercy is the message of Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, who has been half of my panel today on today's show. He's the president of the Worldwide Miracle Outreach. Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Tete. I'll leave you the last word, Sheikh.
Well, I mean, I think that the issue of coup is something that we all detest, and of course it does damage to our democratic process and experimentation. I want to encourage the young people to express their views, all right, but also to be cautious so that they don't fall within the firm grips of the law. I remember I don't hope to mention the name. You see, when you are in front and they arrest you, all the people come around you, they leave you alone. In fact, all the political gurus will come around you, but then they let you get in there alone and then write your statement. Sometimes because you are a known figure, they don't even touch you, but they leave you alone in a room with the television. Yes. They leave you alone. Now, then the comrade will tell you, Comrade, don't worry, we have with you in spirit. We have with you in spirit.
But not in body.
Yeah, in the morning.
I'll see you.
I'll see you in the morning. Then they leave this young man who appeared to be so courageous. You see, once they leave you in the room alone, and you can remember your wife and your children, when you see the young man now dropping his head this way, when he's alone, he's thinking. I have looked at the young man and all the lawyers in their how do they call their thing?
The bib or whatever.
That nice thing.
And the blonde wigs.
Yeah, you see, they look so noble, but they don't get together with him into the cage, the car that brought him. I keep on watching. And I want to tell you a kind of proverb from Opinion Jekum.
Thank you. Sheikh Aremia Shaibu speaks for the National Chief Imam. Thank you so much. Regards to the old man. I know he's still in the spirit of contemplative meditation.
Yes.
Awaiting Ramadan.
Yeah.
I tell him, I said, Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. I will tell him. And you know, we have a program, you and Reverend Doctor, to pay him a visit.
We will be there.
I'll make sure we do that.
Inshallah, we'll be there. We'll be there.
Please help me pray for Ghana. Father, we pray for Oman Ghana. The tensions in Parliament, the problem with the economy, may your will be done.
Amen.
God, give us men and women with many ideas that can help us build a consensus so Ghana will be well. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's been wonderful. Just a happy 37th anniversary to the Community Gateway Baptist Church, Community 11, Tema. The message is, may the light of God continue to shine upon his beautiful sanctuary. Grateful for God's goodness and faithfulness. This is coming from Auntie Barbara. So happy 37th anniversary to Gateway Baptist Church, Community 11, Tema. God bless you all. I'm still thinking about why the lawyers have to wear those blonde wigs. Still thinking.
I saw my friend Sheshi when I saw him in this old thing.
So this would be a sign of wisdom.
Well, why is it blonde? Why can't it be black?
Well, sign of wisdom. So that we inherited that from the colonial legacy.
I'm not even going to go there. I've already gone there, but I'm not going to go further. Speaking of lawyers, this is one who's going to be on the sea. He's not going to be talking about wigs. He's going to be talking about the supersonic speed of fuel prices. He is energy expert Kwame Jantwa.
Wow.
You've been looking at the boards, right? The boards which show us how much fuel, how much is supposed pay for fuel. And I realized that I saw some 10 point something today at one of the filling stations. I'm thinking, hey, what's going on? Why is it happening? We'll find out. Thelma will sit down with Mr. Kwame Jantwa and Fritz Moses, a policy analyst with the Institute for Energy Security, to talk about the supersonic speed of fuel prices. What is government's antidote? This is GTV Breakfast. My name is Kafui. We'll see you shortly. Still thinking about the lawyers and their blonde wigs.
Kwame Jantwa is one of them.
We are 12 years old.
It's been 1 year since I started my antiretroviral treatment.
You can live a long, productive life with antiretroviral treatment. With antiretroviral treatment, HIV-positive expectant mothers can have healthy HIV-negative babies. Go to the nearest health center, test and know your HIV status. If you are positive, ask about antiretroviral treatment and you will receive help. Antiretroviral treatment is your only option for a long and fulfilling life.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
We need to protect the peace we have in Ghana at all costs.
Who can endure everything except violence?
We receive all kinds of bad people in this country, sir.
14 illegal immigrants arrested for armed robbery in the eastern region.
This is 60,000 cedis. Dad, there's something I want to discuss with you. It's about mine.
You're welcome, gentlemen.
It looks as if I've seen one of them before.
Anytime something good is coming in, you try to criticize. What kind of human being are you? Come here.
Tell the president of this country to tighten the body.
Jonathan is missing. I cannot find him.
If anything happens to my son. Hello, Pastor.
I wonder if I may ask, is that flag?
Uncle, hey, what?
Registered again with only the Ghana card. Yes, only the Ghana card.
You will not be able to make voice calls, use mobile money services, internet, and all other services linked to your SIM card if you don't.
To register, dial *404# and follow the prompts. You will be required to send the following details on your Ghana card: Ghana card number, surname, first name, date of birth, and sex.
You will then receive a special code which you will present to your nearest service provider agent or customer care center for your biometric details to be captured. Remember to add your digital address.
Dial *404# on your phone to start registering your SIM card today.
For more information, contact your service provider on 100 or the National Communications Authority on toll-free number 0800 110622. Register your SIM card to stay connected.
Mama, you pamper, so we try our suicide. Yeah, let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what I'm gonna do, we dey go straight to stardom. And I'm gonna take you to next level. Oh, my baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. Back, baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't code next level.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Every week, we've seen the prices go up, and people have attributed it to what's happening in Russia and Ukraine. Others have other attributes to explain why the prices are going up. Today, it's heading closer to about 11 cedis. Some have already gone past the 10 cedi per litre mark. And the question is why? At the table this morning, we are going to try to understand some of the factors that may have affected the prices of fuel recently. And energy expert Mr. Kwame Jantwa is at my table today. Welcome, Mr. Jantwa, and thanks for making the time.
Good morning, Thelma. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
You should be wearing this costume every day.
The temperature in this studio.
Well, the studio is cool.
The only thing we can compare is the sandy, windy base of Winneba. My photo, I'm working on it. Maybe next week I'll drop some.
But don't you think we'll be marketing Ghana better if we did this type of thing every day, so that the young ones too would realize that we have a culture?
It's beautiful.
Yeah,
and we need
it is.
And we need to maintain
In fact, when you were speaking the local dialect, I said to myself, wow, how many young people can speak the local dialect the way you are? So, well,
there
are so many things that
if
have
the
gone
one who doesn't know lens, he will know.
Well, sometimes there are not enough teachers to teach the young ones the local language. In our times, our grandmothers would call us and they would speak to us, so we got to learn. Our grandmothers today, being able to do that, it's a challenge.
My grandma is perpetually saying I've said something wrong in that. My sister-in-law always chastises me for my fancy. She's from Ekwase. Nti Joe, muntu me nyunko. Fantanism is actual, that's how we go. It's Heritage Month on GTV, and we appreciate all your comments. We have made this lovely, all our costumes put together by Rit Cultural. We also don't want to forget our other sponsors, our Awake Purified Water and our Donko Next Level Energy Drink. Let's get into the substance of the case, Mr. Jantwa. Mr. Fritz Moses, who is a policy analyst at the Institute of Energy Security, will be joining us for this conversation via phone. So I'll start with you, Mr. Jantwa. Week in, week out, we are seeing fuel prices rise. And there are already memes going around that it's perhaps time to start riding bicycles to work. Is it going to get worse? Should we invest in bicycles?
I can't really tell, but if we invest in bicycles, it would be a good thing, wouldn't it?
If for those who can ride.
Yeah, it's our body.
Good job.
It has a positive thing to it. But you know, this fuel appreciation of fuel and the appreciation of fuel prices is a cocktail of so many things. It's a cocktail of so many things that part is government, part is the world market, part is depreciation of the cedi, quite a lot of things that we would need to break it down. Now, one of the major things that causes the price to go up in a particular duration has got to do with the price window. The price window that we set. So from 1st March to 14th is a window. From the 15th to the 30th is a window. So right now, after 1st March to now, to the 15th, we saw that prices had gone through the roof, right up to 140, which is the crude, not refined. There are two separate things. There's the crude and there's the refined. It is the crude that is going up. It is the crude oil that the refineries take to refine. So prices went up in that first window. We are in the second window. Prices are up. Now, Americans have said they are going to pump more. Saudis have said they're going to pump more. So the pricing will come down. So you ask the question, within this window, prices seem to be coming down between $97 and $100 from the 135. You ask me, why can't prices come down? It's because of the window. So the price for this window was priced at 135, 140. If prices come down within this window, 97 to 100, we have to wait for the next window in April. So it still keeps prices
So
high.
the increases we are seeing in this window is as a result of increases in the window before this
Yes,
one?
yes.
Right.
That's one of the challenges. So you ask yourself, should we continue the price windows? And if we don't continue the price windows, the OMCs would skyrocket it because there will be no control on how they skyrocket the prices.
But doesn't that suggest that if the window comes with a certain price, so for example when fuel prices broke the 8 a couple of weeks ago, shouldn't it have stayed there until the next window before coming up? But because we saw that almost on a weekly basis the prices were increasing.
Well, how was the increase? The window of 135, it went up to what, 8? No, it went up to 8 cedis something. It's gone. In fact, it wasn't 135, it was 110, and it went up to 8 something. Within the same window, the price also shot up, and then willy-nilly, the OMCs were also increasing their price. Because remember, the OMCs and the BDCs, they have to buy the fuel, and a lot of the BDCs have to go to the banks for loans. The loans they are given are not dollar loans, they are cedis. So they have to change those cedis into dollars. If the cedi has depreciated, then it means they need more cedis to change to dollars to buy the fuel. And that is a challenge for them. And remember, when you look at the margins that they do, some of the margins are very, very small. Very, very small. And some are even only breaking even, some are making losses. But they need to stay in business. So they need to make sure that if for nothing at all, they are able to continue business. Otherwise, a lot of them would shut down. And if they shut down, what is the impact? The impact is that all our cars are what? Are parked. So it's a real vicious cycle. And for me, it is not really the causes that are the major challenge. Because, for instance, Russia is the second largest producer of refined petroleum products. With the Ukraine war, definitely it would affect us. For me, what we should look at is, what can we do ourselves to solve it within our own enclave? What can we do? And some of the things I tend to look at is how we handle the cedi, the depreciation of the cedi. And the depreciation of the cedi sometimes stems from the fact that the service industry is one of the huge industries in this country. When you look at industries that are working well, some of the service industries are the ones that come up tops. And the service industries are made up of the telcos, are made up of the banks, are made up of the oil industry, are made up of most foreign companies that are in this country that have to send their, their profits abroad. And in order to send their profits abroad, the telcos, do they charge dollars? The banks, do they charge in dollars? Other foreign, the supermarkets, foreign supermarkets we have here, do they sell their goods in dollars? They don't. So they also have to change to get dollars to export. So if you imagine the telcos, if they're changing cedis into dollars, the quantum of dollars that they would require. The challenge also is the fact that the Bank of Ghana is trying to shore up the cedi by putting dollars into the system. Is it sustainable? Is this something that is sustainable? Because the dollars they're using to shore as our cedi is our foreign reserves. And it will get to a point where the foreign reserves will become slim because we've used it to shore up the cedi. And the moment that becomes slim, then we have to now look at the IMF, which we don't want to go there. And so it's a whole cocktail of things. What can we do as Ghana?
What can government do?
Well, it's not
because
only
everyone is feeling the pinch, and I'm guessing that if there are any solutions to be had,
some decisions would have to be made first.
Taxes per litre. Taxes per litre on PMS, which is petrol.
Okay, so we have that some information on the screen there. The energy levy fund, sanitation and pollution levy, which is 10 pesos, price stabilization and recovery levy, 16 pesos, energy sector levy, which is 20 pesos, special petroleum tax, 46 pesos, road fund levy, 48 pesos, and then energy debt recovery levy, 49 pesos, and the total is 1 cedi and 90 pesos of levies on petrol in Ghana.
Tax on PMS, petrol, is 2 cedis 43 pesos. Tax on, no, is 2 cedis 41 pesos. No, tax on petrol is 2 cedis 43, and tax on diesel is 2 cedis 41 pesos. This is on these two products alone. Can we do something about it? Can we bring it down? And for me, with all the levies prices you've looked at, it's going to be very difficult for government to take some out. Right now, they're looking at the sanitation, they're looking at the special petroleum tax, and I think they're looking at another one. There are 3 of them. But you realize that these taxes that they are charging, it's also linked to other things. It's also linked, like sanitation, it's linked to other things. The special petroleum tax, it's linked to other things. So as you are taking that out, you're not only affecting fuel, you're affecting other areas. My suggestion is that, okay, government finds it difficult to take some of these levies off completely. Why don't we reduce the taxes? So 46p, can we not pay 40p? 48p, can we not pay probably 39p for certain duration so that both sides are cushioned? Because as government is taking that tax back away, they'll have to find money to also support the other things that this particular tax hold on to. And then you ask yourself, currently the benchmark rate that the government used for the budget was between $61 and $62
per barrel.
Per barrel. We had a windfall of nearly $60. And if we are exporting 1 million barrels, 2 million barrels a window, that's a lot of money. Some of us say that, why can't government use some of that money to cushion? But remember, we also have huge debts. So the priority depends on where government wants to place the priority.
So those who argue that if we are also exporters of oil, and so if there's the prices of oil, crude oil prices on the world market has increased, we are also going to get our own share of what we export. Those who make that argument think that we cannot use those monies to cushion our own
I'm saying we
system.
Could, but government has to look at its priorities. We've made a windfall of the petrol prices going up. We made a huge windfall. Does government use that to cushion Ghanaians, or does government use it to pay our debts? Which weighs more? Maybe they could do a 50-50 of it, but it also depends on the debts that we need to pay when they are maturing and how government has to plan towards that. So the windfall comes at an advantage for us. How we use it becomes a challenge. One thing we haven't done, and for me, this is crucial, with all these challenges that we're seeing, what are we going to do to make sure that we don't go through it going forward? As you rightly said, we're an oil-producing country. As you rightly said, we have gained money out of it. Can we not, if we are not going to use the money that we are getting from the windfall, can we not refine some of our own petroleum? We have an oil refinery here, and this goes to show that we have played football and political football with our refinery, that sometimes it becomes very difficult for the refinery to come to the aid of the country when we're in times like this. The President Mahama's government, they tried it. They took 1 million barrels out of GMPC's concession and gave it to Tor to refine. It was able to do it. Can we not start looking at that? Because there are quite a lot of benefits to that. We might decide that if we refine ourselves, we are not going to charge Ghanaians the world market. We can charge them lower than the world market price to cushion. Apart from that, a lot of landlocked countries come into Ghana to buy fuel. It would be a good way of also earning foreign exchange, for, and I would use that money for actually Tema Oil Refinery to expand it. The other thing is that at this material moment, I think Africa as a continent should use this to now sit and say, how do we look at our energy supplies? How does Africa as a continent, how should we do it? How many countries in Africa have oil? How can we both all work together to make sure that in times like this, Africa can feed itself with energy? I don't think we're doing it. I don't think we're talking about it. Because right now, Dangote is building a huge refinery in Nigeria. What is the impact on that refinery on countries like Ghana? On countries like, other countries that don't even have oil, but probably have a refinery, they bring crude oil in to refine. These are some of the things you should look at. But I think most importantly of all this, which we are not even looking at that bit, is how do we make public transport effective? Can you imagine if we had an effective public transport system? A lot of us would park our cars, wouldn't we? We would go by the buses. And if we know that we have an effective public transport system, nobody would drive their cars. I mean, go to the UK today. You stand at a bus stop. You know that the bus is coming at this time. And as you're standing there, the bus arrives. Are you saying after 65 years, we can't do it?
We tried to do the bus rapid transit, and there was some issues with that initiative.
It should be a holistic thing where even big people, parliamentarians, would want to take the bus. It shouldn't be an ad hoc thing. That is why we need to sit and plan it well. Senegal has done it. Look at the railway system Senegal has put in place. And they spent about $1 billion to put that railway system in place. Are you saying Ghana, we can't do it? It's a question of planning. It's a question of priorities. I think most times we play too much politics, that the essential things that we need to look at, we don't look at. Because I believe if we had an effective public system, transport system, we won't have the challenges that we're having. Apart from that, our road networks, we don't have a chance of expanding our road networks. So even if you were to have an effective transport system, sometimes you need to have special sites for the buses to go through so that they are not in traffic. But look at how we've built our roads. Look at how we have crowded the spaces around our roads. Even look at the motorway. So many properties have been given, people have been given the land to build properties to crowd the entire motorway. If we want to expand the motorway, some people's houses would have to go down. That would create another problem. So for me, one of the issues that can help with this is to try and refine our own, at least, and the public transport system. Because we would solve this problem. This problem is not going to stay with us forever. However, the possibility of it coming again is very, very, very real. How do we stave that problem if we don't take decisions now for the future?
But it seems that all these are very long-term plans. We have to put our thoughts and ourselves together and raise monies to do some of the things that you're talking about. Today at the pump, somebody is buying petrol between 10 and 11 cedis per litre. So are there immediate solutions?
There can't be immediate solutions, even because of the pricing window. Probably from 1st April, we can find a way, and if government also can bring some of the taxes down, then probably the prices will come down. But even if it comes down, it's not going to come to 5 cedis. It's not going to come to 6 cedis.
Those days are gone.
Those days are gone. Till such time that the world order in terms of energy also subsides. But you know, with our country, sometimes when the petrol price comes down, do we get benefits from it? We don't. So these are some of the things we should be able to look at. But it is a discussion not only for a political party in power. It's a discussion for everybody to have, and ideas, and the government power should be prepared to take ideas from everywhere. And it's not an argument where we say, you were in power, you didn't do X. It's affecting all of us.
And the Center for Policy Scrutiny has also come out with some information to help us understand the extent of the energy situation around the world, not just in Ghana. And we'll be putting that on your screens now. It's put this list together on fuel prices in selected countries: Ghana, Europe, Americas, and West Africa. And they are telling us that in the United Kingdom, we are looking at prices of $2.10, which is 15 Ghana cedis, and then $2.32, which is 16.66 Ghana cedis. Those are prices of fuel in the UK now, as we know, or we are being told according to the Center for Policy Scrutiny. It's saying Germany is paying 14.50 and 18.09 Ghana cedis for fuel. France is paying 15.94 and 14.86. The USA 6.9 Ghana cedis, and then 8.20. And then in Senegal, where you've mentioned that they've implemented an effective public transport system, there's 9 cedis 15 pesos and 7 cedis 79 pesos. Ghana, the price is 8.40 Ghana cedis for petrol and diesel. So the petrol prices are in red and the diesel prices are in black. That's what the center is telling us. So it's not just a Ghana problem.
You know something, saying. As much as it's not a Ghana problem, with them, their currencies are strong. So the currencies can hold that prices for quite some time. The difference between us and them is that our cedi is depreciating. That's the difference. And as the cedi is depreciating, we would need more money, more cedis to bring in refined petroleum
So we
products.
Shouldn't buy the suggestion that the UK is paying more than us,
they have
and
a
so
stronger currency.
we should
they
not
have a stronger
complain.
currency than ours. So if you compare it, you're not also using our depreciating cedi with that. So you will find that by April, if the price still goes up, they would be able to stabilize theirs because they have a strong currency. So we won't, because our cedi is depreciating.
Is it a legitimate fear that some have that we are likely to see more increases? I've heard some say perhaps by middle of the year we may hit 15 Ghana cedis per litre, for example.
It depends on what the government does.
Is that a real threat?
It depends on what the government does to cushion us. It might not be 15. It could probably rise to 13, depending on what government does to cushion Ghanaians.
I'll pick your thoughts on what government indeed should do immediately to start the cushioning process. But our guys are on the ground and they've been speaking to some motorists on how the increases in fuel prices is affecting their lives and their businesses. And Jay Gabra is standing by with the report, speaking to some Ghanaians.
In here at Nima, close to the Nima runabout, and as we're all well aware by now, fuel prices have been fluctuating for a while now. Indeed, a few months ago over social media, there was a trend going on, hashtag breaking the 8, and indeed we broke the 8. As we stand now, the cedi is depreciating against the dollar. The international prices are all over the place, and of course the Russian-Ukraine conflict is not helping the prices of oil at all. So this morning, a mind of a few people and find out how exactly they feel about the fuel price increments all over the place. And where I am presently at the Gulf filling station, you'll notice that their price still stands at 8.2 cedis per litre. If you go around town, you notice that for a few filling stations between last night and this morning, their prices have changed. But for where I am presently, it hasn't. I've been made to understand that they have to wait for management to go ahead before they change their prices. But what happens is usually when people change their prices, they do not. They just hold on for a bit, watch the situation, and then they go ahead with, but they will know if they have to change their prices or not. They have one driver with me here. Good morning, boss. Pacho, what saying?
From Samuel.
Samuel, Pacho, Bibi Aboko there.
Yeah, Nyamiado.
Pacho, since our person fill out tank, say.
Since I had me tank, no first, na me fill na 1.8. 400. Yeah, na fit enra. Masa me ko adwuma no. Adwuma me ye ni nya ye 220 cedis. Anopay ma beto petrol 200 cedis. Ma beto petrol 200 cedis. 200 cedis no kra me tank ni nye ma. Entaka 20 cedis. 20 cedis if na me ko fa sigani bia ko yeses. If na me ko fa sigani bi yeses. Dia mi ma be di kra masa me nya. Enti se se ade adwuma na aye basa. Na masa true nana ne baumia ya hu se omu ntimi handle oman no enti omu nhwe na omu ja oman no ma de obetima handle oman no because ma hu se de se ye Ghana no for enu na ye hu no because aden na so obinya our 60 years na omu so onko retirement obi anya 77
yes Yanka full price okay into 0% now neighbor me omo yede
na say ade omo nhwe fuel no asem mai because ye ntimi nkra say ade passengers no so omo nso mu company so who charge obi a no nso say oh na ye tu ye pay mu enti ye be ye nde na ye nso ye ntimi ye wu ye nti kakra me won.
Thank you so much. So there's also another driver here. He's in the person of Nelson. I'll just also pick his mind. The other man was just saying how much the fuel prices affect him, and a sense that the government should come in and intervene. If there are interventions for them, now be fine. Morning, no. Baby, I'll call here.
Boko, boss.
Now me bisa down for taxi driver said. Until first offering the tank, now see 1.8. Now won't swear.
First near 150.
Who person off the tank 150. Now this year.
Oh, this year, Claudia. Me to me cram filling my tank. Ebia me can dey so anti me to 100 Ghana. I'm the ejuma pon. But this year there. Me to 100 Ghana number 2 for na fu ani na sa. Obenya passenger, obefa no obeka say bia, obemo 5 cedis. O charge na obeka say mo 5 cedis. Now o si 5 cedis na nya obeka cho say onu na ketua ye ntu mu ye na aketua no oje na no na de bia oje nti enya de a obetumi edis kan bia ka ho ma nti sisi ade ebo 12 na fu ene Ghana na asa
into say about 12 na fu na asa nti sisi na first auto 150 nti sisi em say best of 400 the whole day ana
sisi akra de any limit obeto sa ni pa no kra complain say oni sika na ketua ye ntumi ye na fu ya tum nti no sisi ka no kro monfo endra say madam fu bi e ko show gato bi e obebi na edu wi e ko park o se wonu ni yiri sika no wakofa na o de kotofu we nyampo nti ohun so obeko fi kranti o park ofu o won ko fie o ko fie a na e bia na akwa ntokwanti wan ko fie kura nti sisi ade ye bre pa ye bre fu en o manti so a mi hu se e bia na ye be park is better say ye be park na ye jai juma ni ye
Thank you so much. Thank you. So that was Nelson giving us a few, telling us some bit of story, including the fact that one of his colleagues had to borrow money from his wife in order to buy fuel and all that. And of course, some people are saying their salaries haven't been increased, so they are not able to pay the new fares. And it's like there's a bit of struggle among the drivers. Let me see if I can pick one more. Bosu, morning, all. How you doing? Bibi Aboko there. Say fuel prices no say na come out.
Fuel price in the high, she said they were high. And as she said, you tum anytime. Like any day, we have bananas.
She said, "Fellow tank, I saying."
You see, I know. First, initially, I used to feel like 150, 150 Ghana cedi. But now, no, it's almost 300, 260, 270. You see, and the work too is not, the money, the income is not coming like that. Where you man say, at the end of the day, no, send out Benya. ebia why adwuma ebia 300 now okotofu enkwa 270. So what are you putting in the house and the sales and adwuma I say it's my headache seriously. Yeah,
it's into government, government yeah be found one.
Yeah, if it's a ebia at the world market ebia ya tuma hano I say yinya bibia e be support fuel no. I mean the taxes on the or the charges on the fuel ebia ye support no say the be fuel price and cost. So because cuz ye jana sa e ba na aton sa na every day we will be suffering. So I say nya bibia e betumi support fuel no, so that the price will not, I mean every day will not go higher like that. You get it? Yeah.
Thank you so much. So at this moment, most drivers are praying for government intervention. Maybe they take off some tax cuts and all that on it. So the international crisis won't affect us here in the country. So from the Nima Gwal filling station, close to the Nima roundabout, this has been a report from J. Gabra. Back to you in the studio.
That was our report from J. Gabra, monitoring public reactions to the fuel price increases. Still in the studio is Mr. Kwame Janto, our energy expert, and we are trying to find some solutions, if at all, for this immediate challenge. Mr. Janto, you listen to some of the drivers, and you can almost feel the frustration in their narrative as they tell us how fuel prices have affected their businesses, some being forced to even park their cars and not go home because somebody borrowed money from their wife. The missus would take double of that money, I'm sure. And so it has far-reaching consequences on people's livelihoods. So the fact that we make jokes out of it doesn't make it any less serious, right?
Yeah, as you can now tell, energy is the blood of every country, both fuel and power. And when we have such challenges, we need to be able, as families, to sit together and see how best we can handle it. Yes, it could come to a point because people are not earning the kind of incomes that can help them support these price increases. And if that is the case, then they'll rather park their vehicles and not, drive them anywhere. Perhaps, if you park your vehicle and you can take public transport prices too are going to go up. So we need to be able to break the vicious cycle of this particular challenge that we face. And it's a challenge that, as I said earlier, it's not only government takes a greater part of it, but the people also have to look at ways in which they can help. So for instance, car sharing. We can decide, okay, GBC, there are people who live on the same route as some. On the way to work, I'll pick you, then we can all contribute to the fuel and come. In the evening, we go home together. If that is a possible thing, we should look at it. In terms of even, this is also a time where we can bring in policies where all taxis should convert to gas. It is something that we can also look at because Ghana is a gas producing country. We have a gas refinery in Ituabo where we are producing gas, and a lot of our upstream petroleum is gas. We have huge gas deposits.
So Jantwa, a 45 kg cylinder of gas, some are buying it for 150 Ghana cedis. So gas is also not cheap.
We can subsidize, can't we? Because we are producing it ourselves. We are not bringing it from elsewhere. It's not like fuel where we are importing it from the refineries abroad.
Do we manufacture enough gas? Do we generate enough?
Yeah, we have quite a lot of gas.
The whole the demand.
What it means is that we need to add more value to our gas infrastructure. And I'm not only looking at today, because this particular challenge has happened over and over again. We need to find right policies to make sure that we break it. And I feel that if it so happens that we can start converting our taxis into gas, we can bring policies in where we can at least subsidize the price, because there's quite a build-up in there which we can reduce just because they are giving us a service. And if that service halts because they can't afford the fuel that moves their vehicles, we are all in a big mess. So we need to find ways of making sure that in terms of transportation, there are things we can bring in that can help. If we can't do the public, good public transport system, then what we have now should find ways and means of making sure that we are not caught in situations like this.
Mr. Fritz Moses is a policy analyst with the Institute for Energy Security. He joins us now on phone. Good morning, Mr. Moses.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Good morning to you.
We appreciate your time. We are talking about what has accounted for the kind of hikes we've seen in fuel prices lately and the suggestions that it may not get better anytime soon. What are your thoughts?
Right. I think your panelist has done so well with the so far. Let's run the latter part of the garbage. I think that our point in Ghana.
Mr. Moses, we are getting really bad feedback from where you are. Perhaps you're moving, so if you could just keep yourself at one place for us, we'll let go of you in a very short while.
Okay.
Much better. Okay.
So then what I was saying was, I believe strongly that our political class haven't really helped us, particularly the gas sector. How is it that we are producing and getting gas in Ghana for free, but for the consumers of LPG are by the same price of the same gas we are having getting for free from our fields at a cost that importers would rather get it back. I mean, then what's the benefit of getting gas in our fields in Ghana here? Virtually nothing. That's the point that some of us have taken on the fact that we need to, even though yes, it's important that we look at our local production, it should be in a sense that helps the consumers and government itself. One is always the point that government will make is the revenue that it needs to make, then consumers would rather not benefit from reduced price at the point. That will be the essence. So we make the point that yes, government's revenue is expected to increase the export of food because prices have been rising. The government should be able to use that to also stimulate consumers by paying for some of the costs. I mean, it's all about money. If it can meet with imported speed, they know that these are the costs they are incurring. This is what government has been able to generate so far. This is what they can help subsidize the prices. Then it would make sense rather than we going about allowing the prices to go as it's been going for the past few months. And I mean, the fact that the national market prices and the city depreciation against the dollar, I mean, particularly for the city depreciation, it seems government has lots of work and it's unwilling to do anything to actually stop it. And that's very important. The national market price is something that we can't control. So you will always be subject to the fluctuations that happen. I mean, fortunately for us, all in the past few days, that we have said this week, reducing by around 11 to 12% over the past days. And so it's some good news. But then again, what happens when prices are rising again? Do we get to somehow we have to happen already? That's some of the things that we believe that government is listening to. The city, we believe, I mean, if we don't get indication that government is actually going to do anything, something before, unless really there is some, I mean, we think of the nation that things are more when there's some high talk to the Ministry of Finance and stuff to pattern out the ways, the strategy to help their industry and the series and some of that. Now, some so bring some relief, really consider the price to stabilize for some time. But for how long those situations go on, when prices keep falling and keep rising at real international market, international oil,
talking a lot about what government can do, is there anything that drivers can do, those who buy fuel, is there anything at all that they can do throughout this time? Mr. Janto has suggested a number of ideas that people could resort to car sharing and whatnot. Would you have more to add?
I think that will be helpful. And again, also drivers must also know their specific routes that they are going to take, rather than starting their journey and looking around to see where we can put it. So if you know your route you are taking, and that will help with your speed or you reach your route. And I think also, but this is why I believe, for example, most drivers are aware that they need to pump their tires to the fullest so they can save some consumption. Aside that, I think these are small things that you can actually look at.
Right, Mr. Moses, I just want to find from you, are the fears real that the prices could go up perhaps by the middle of the year? Are those legitimate fears, do you think?
Well, by mid-year, you'll be entering the summer season. And, you know, this is the time, that's the time where in Europe and US, there's high need or demand of petroleum products. At that point in time, when we don't see any extra supply coming on board, when at that time, of course, you don't expect the US strategic reserve and other strategic reserve to be on the market, because at that time they will run on China. So you'll be a huge supply glut that will be experienced. That may cause prices to go up, and that would of course not be good for us in Ghana as well.
Right, thank you, Mr. Moses. We really appreciate your time. I think that will beg leave of you, and then we'll get back to you when there is the need to engage more. Thank you so much for your time. Mr. Janswa, you heard the policy analyst. He is with the Institute for Energy Security, Mr. Fritz Moses. He basically agreed with much of what you were saying, and it seems that between the two of you, the consensus is there's not going to be an easy road to a solution on this matter. So where do we go from here?
Well, we all have to probably make sure we can bring in certain things that would help both sides. So for instance, we're talking about car sharing. We can also do taxi sharing in terms of taxi drivers can say, okay, you're a taxi driver, I'm a taxi driver. I'll park my car. I would use your car. So I will do morning, you buy petrol, and I'll take your car and do evening, you buy petrol. So that at least, if for nothing at all, we are still in business. At least we might not get our full amount of money that we might get if we were driving the car alone, but at least something is coming in. Let me give you an example of some of these prices. So, for instance, fuel. As I said before, the tax per litre is 2 cedis 43. That is on PMS. Average ex-refinery price that the BDCs buy is 8 cedis 36. Then you look at the total price, 10 cedis 79. He hasn't added his margin. He hasn't added dealer margin, depending on whether he buys direct from the refinery or he buys from a dealer. Whether he's also buying on credit or he's buying on cash. They all have implications to the price. And when this happens, how much money, how much can the OMC put on there to also make a profit? So it goes to show that even though they are bringing fuel, also making the kinds of profits that they need to make.
So are they justified to suggest that they may increase fares again if the price keep going up?
It depends on their bottom line. And the fear is that if they are also not making profits and they are making losses, then they would have to shut shop. And if they shut shop, it affects all of us. My colleague was talking about LPG. So with LPG, you find that the BDCs bring in 70% of LPG. And remember, if they're bringing in 70% of LPG, they are buying that LPG with dollars. Ghana Gas produces 30%. TOR is supposed to produce 25% of LPG. TOR is not producing at all. At all. So definitely, because the BDCs are now, bringing 70% in and they are using foreign exchange, they'll need to bring in more to give demand. And if they bring in more, definitely they'll need more cedis to change. So what should be done is that we should look to increase the LPG production at Ghana Gas and also look at TOR. I think TOR is strategic in the midst of all these things, because it produces LPG. It also can refine some of our crude. And remember, we have sweet crude, which is premium. And so it's easy to refine our type of crude than to refine probably crude from Saudi Arabia, because theirs is heavy crude. So we should look at TOR. If we had expanded TOR, every government comes, we expand. Every government comes, we expand. I don't think we'll find ourselves too much in this challenge, because we can always revert to refining our own. But if TOR is not really doing what it's supposed to do, then we are caught in that quagmire, and we are caught with the challenges that the world is facing in terms of energy. And it affects us more than it affects them, because we have to find more cedis to exchange to dollars to buy the product in. And that is a huge challenge.
Thank you.
If we're even to go into, and I don't think we have time, I would have gone through the price build up, what it's used for, apart from looking at fuel. So for instance, when you take the price stabilization and recovery levy, the purpose for it is to subsidize premix and residual fuel oil, as well as subsidize petroleum prices for consumers. So if you take that out, premix is in a huge challenge.
It's going to suffer. I think we will not have much time today to go further on into the details, but Mr. Kwame Jantwa, thank you so much for spending time. I'm sure we'll be back to look at this a bit more, and we appreciate your expertise on energy and your thoughts on the prices of fuel as they keep rising. So a number of suggestions have been made: car sharing, taxi sharing, and other or suggestions on the table. Would you be willing to consider them apart from perhaps buying a bicycle? So the energy conversation will continue another day. For now, we are stepping out to join our guy Alan. He is at La, where the people have gathered, as they have throughout this week, to bid farewell to the La Manche, ni Dr. Kobitete Churu II. And Alan will tell us what's happening on the grounds now. Alan.
Hello, good morning, Thelma. Good morning. Good morning, Ghana, and welcome to the Royal Palace of the late ni Dr. Kobitete Churu III. He was La Manche for 32 years. He was installed in 1988. And in 2009, he crossed over to join our ancestors on the other side. The whole of this week has been earmarked for his laying in state and other activities to bid him farewell. This ceremony or this activity has drawn people from far and wide, and so among the dignitaries who are here this morning to bid him farewell is the MP for La, the Honorable Rita Odole Sowa. We also have a very good security present, and so you have the police, and then you have also a combination of the police, the fire, and then the military ensuring security of the gathering as it is here. Behind me, if you look to my right, is where the late Dr. Tete Churu III has been laid in state for filing past. It has been the case since Monday, and today it is open to the public, and so every other member of the public here in La could come through and pay their last respect to the late Dr. Kobitete Churu III. I'm going to be going around and speak to a member of the funeral planning committee, Jeffrey Tete, his name is. He is going to speak to us. After him, I will speak to the acting JASE chair in the person of Major General retired Samuel Anum, who is going to bring us up to speed to the background and the history of the late Dr. Kobitete Churu, who has passed on, his achievements as well, and how he's been on the throne, what he's brought to La and Royal La Township. If I ask Jeffrey to join me, we're going to be speaking in Ga. Because we're in the Royal Palace, we can't take any interviews in any other language apart from the Ga dialect. And so when we're done, I'll do my best to bring us a certain explanation or interpretation to what he had told me. Ni washidamone mi aha manye shimon po afi no ko aha wo yenyo fen wodamrefa wo fen wo po yo anyami ofa ina shidamone mi if you ake gbena ni ohie ofata planning committee e kejebe mi ni tebachi mo ne se kunmi no no wona wole ne mi ni jigbeja no to ka shibia ne yo oyiwa don be ba fe afi eten son mine niji on the 4th of February 2019 to bono chonye no tauba ekecha ehe himeji ya hele heme yejeme ameka mehani ekunse badon kajana kambe ami himeji ne hwese niji wala traditional council kayela cheme niji kwe kobiwe heni poteni numu eje ametashin na ame fan ajinaku niji planning committee ni atogbejano woke himeji ebomode na atogbejano fefew ni nyina ne ni ebala akeshin be kaje ochine shishije niji juwe abo nkusumi ni femu kenklen no ni wochunji atefa ni akeba juan numwe ni wofen wole akeshi kaji lumu wulu neke gbeshin afo nu ye pipe mi na ke juhanle shin wo ye hepoten ye lane obo ade nu ne shin hawo ni wokechun neke kusun ne hekoni achoje me jubli jameje ni ayonu ye he wo himeje to gbejano ni aje la akuche femi atere kuko e ko na gbeke bi na wulame ama ye nuwe ni akeba he na ba juhanle hepoten na juwa hanle yeji na mawi kana ni afena kan kusun efen kaja no se be ju egbeke na ka nu ba ashikpefio na ti mochire ayawo numu ekeje nganiemi ni akeleba han he na ba ju ale ye enojufo ati hia wulu emi niji ko ekpobiwe ni ayache kocha chemo se ati klana ni ayajua han numu be jufo gbeke na shin awo numwe kechondumi na keleba biene niji Royal Palace sha kelechon chema wele dan akeleba Royal Palace ye wosene heni asala afun heko fefe ni asa abomode akeshin abasa la ba wulale yejeme keje nye mochuchu ni chonye ne bakwe ji wo cheme niji kwelu moshishibie kayino se traditional council biye yakwe jase yakwe agbene wo manhie nyelo niji His Excellency Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo eke ekwe shibie fin afajogba Vice President Chief of Staff be Minister of Information be ke ministers kokome amefe ameba ni ambanyo numweno ameba hanle kpo agbene amebidle farewell jenuse agbele mambi ebakwe mmene washini wodomone wonu ya keshin Chief of Defense Staff enyegbeni ebabiene jenuse wo hie parliamentary leadership ke select few of the parliamentary members ni amehu member ke jenuse consular corps ye Ghana ne niji embassy se amehu member lebine ni amba nyonumwe no agbene jenohu se United States ambassador ke agbene UK high commissioner lehu eba kaji wogbe neke enefe na abasa ba agbele mambi na mefe ameba kwa ekun ahun kashi gbeke na shi mene so ha gbeke ne so gbeke ne ji gbini ahionpe ke ha yara fe mo wo gbeke aba agbele bi enefe meni je shonshon ke papa na papa ni abakole na gbe no wo so ha kaji woteshin yara fe mo denche eje shishi ni kenkan aka numu eji Kristo jalo tuntun wo che la Council of Churches ni ameke research ni ejaye afi joint abafe non-denominational church service le burial service ye bi ne kaji agbena kashi 12 o'clock agbene aba shinle akusun fe lo numu manche yeli le no wulo mo hu jile e wa ba chu manche yeli ke wulo mo na gbe kusun le kaje no sa agbene aba wole akele ba fo mami e ba she akuche efin ne yame no lumu de ba she jema waji efin kaje no sa agbene akele ba yigbe ke ya manche mafun ye niji la manche magomi koni atole ne kaji gbe jeno to na ke fon she ka agbena ho aba asra san ho gba ke ka fe church service ale e ke wo ke no fe no e ba na gbe ni o fa ina oyula don sanegba mi no e fi ake jasiche alo se ko lo jasiche no fe no ya eba fata wo he wo be mangmoy ni agbene nke nkomo no ni cha no ahale hu ni shidamo na mi ha manye shimo nkpo ha wo fe wo e wo be kpo afi noku
yo
ni ofane be ofane be mi no ba fata wo ne wa bi fio wake be mi ni ke de be ni numwe ba yelumo ye lamane ke wonkwe ni wo bi wo yake mi ni jone ke ba halama te no ne ken kro ba asmo ni lama fen ali ni wo ke kai le hu
e ke to enjole ba dani e ba ta se no ole hinti ni te o shi ela ke to enjole fio ba ke e ba fite shi ne ba bomo ni jile ko na le yake anunya bomo ni etwimbenche no yake na kamba Manchester no ni ha la unprecedented in the history of love.
Ofine afi nyume tenke enyo ji afi aboni ibaye ye la lumoyeli sen no ofine tenoni keje enoni o han wole na se obanye otuna ekumi enyo eten ni biabo ni ikeba ha lama ni mene lama ba to ni hwe enten ne ke awni ochinwo ya chon
eke no ya ke shure mo bala ne ke bofia mo kwela ibaye hodase ake no ya ke shure mo kanse ke ha la me fe ne no jidon wo ke ba ka ile titri
ofine aha wole gbajano to ke boni ni bi asin kan mo yo ha ewo ni wo ya wo hie ne wa bi ekun ake bemi ni wa to nu mu ese te no ni lama apagbe hu
lama hwe ja ke wanamuko ne tamoni la ni ebata seno ne no ni la efie ebacha no ake no ya achano jembo kode ke wo ba ya sese won ya wo here forward ever backwards never
yo ofine be mene shinamone Ghana jakuma mu fe hie nchonla wo ofine pa wo fe egbe ni agbene won ohere wo ke balama
ndamo majaseme ke la me fe na jamin ke ake mo fiamo ni baba awawa tu wo gbe wo fijiami wo ke wo ba hele mo fiamo ni baba koneba ame fon mo fiamo abade ba ke wa aba ye kobodi wonye wo ke ko me fi mo atunila
ni shidaji no o fine wa sonegba mi no honorable MP Rita Odoleso a eba fata wo wo ba le hu the very last words ko na gbene wo me honorable o fine wo shidamo na mi aha manye shimo npo wo ha wo e wo po afi noko
yo ake noko
o fine honorable be mi ni Ghana mamu fe hie egbe nchon la ni wa ba wo no mu egbe ne mi ni jino ni o ba ke la mamu fe kejegbene
yo oyura don jugba ene wo ke chowulu tenche eku ni wanila ne na hekwe ya ne afi nyumwe tekenyo ne ye manche ye la ona ke la ke popa no fin twenjole son e wo keneke wonumo ni inni huni je manche keke ni shinni huni na heko ete min be o la me fin ke fe ken ke dade kotopon me ni ji la me ke me ni je la me sha me fin ame ye la wo ji dade kotopon bi ye mo fin mo ke he awo ni yala nem ni wo wo legbe ni wo je legbe fe wo to ken chapeau fin ke suku twin fin wo nga mo fin teacher foi ke me ni yu amejira fin wo pa me fai wo pe he ko me aha ochi ni atun ni gbe ten na atun ko se ya dade kotopon wọlé akẹ́sìn sani wọnà wọ̀dàngma ìwọ wọ̀kẹ́ wọ́sọ̀ alẹ̀ mọ̀ fẹ́ mọ̀ ohun ṣàpò n'o kọ́ tàdé chulu kẹ́ẹ̀dín n'o wo n'o ba la traditional council ẹ̀ alo wọ̀ la royal palace court four court ẹ̀ n'o ba n'o kẹ́ wàá ba oke wa ba yare ho ni wo fe wa jie wo numo gbefefe wo je ni bi fe mo shishin kejeju ahun mene so ni bi efe ojogba mo fe mo eyigba ke be ba kweno ni yano ye la ni dade kotopon echon akelele gandangwe bi jiwo gamejiwo o won pe mo fe mo ko ye manseji o wo ke wo play no ba ni bo hu ba numo gbefefe to enjole ne ke wo fe hinsin no komeni nkase ye ojogbaji e ke wo ha lumo bo fe boni ofi yu ha e kena kan wo ha ni keje afi nyuma etani kese na etuni ye manche e ka amla lo ye fe tuni keje woche JJ Rollins no keba woche Kufuor no keba woche Atamils no keba woche John Mahama no keba woche Nana Addo no dani ne hekwete ni ne kegbo mo hefe na ba fo ni achele ye inna ko manche ko ni be he shitomole dan ni e han kase ni yede kame na mi ame bia ke boji MP nke mi ji MP nkase heshiba ke jenya wodin ke ba so ni ladin ni nake sanoke wo ahamoni wo sale e wa ngene kwanshima mlawo pe bi FM ba bie ni ameke wo mbeba ha moni wo sale ake amemba na ameba wami ni ameba wadade kotopombi ni wofo akengale dente ko wa ke meni nyanya ni woke meni fuafo o ngene gbine woke won pe mo fe mo kemba dade kotopon ye twa no manye junabla
cha o manye junabla wo fe honorable o fa ne o yiba don ye shiba mi o ba ngo ino ya mo. And so that's the honorable member for the La Dade Kotopon area, Honorable Rita Odole, so what her name is. She's brought us up to speed on activities that are currently ongoing relative to the funeral, and she's made it clear that the entire parliamentary corps will be here to bid farewell to Dr. Bobi Tete Churu III, who's been on the throne for 32 years and today has departed to join the ancestors on the other side. The funeral activities still prevails, still ongoing. Because we've taken a great number of detail towards what is happening, briefly I will say it started on Monday, it's gone through all till today, and finally the late La Manche will be laid to rest on Saturday, and so the wake will be kept tomorrow, and on Saturday morning the elders would lead him home safely to his ancestors. This has been the situation so far at the La Royal Palace, where we bid farewell to Dr. Bobi Tete Churu III, La Manche, the La Paramount Chief, and also the President of the La Traditional Council. Thank you very much. Take it over in the studio.
Hello again, welcome back. The hashtag to follow, of course, and what we love to see is GTV Breakfast. We are live on our social medias everywhere. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. And also you can join the conversation via WhatsApp number 055 5561034. And if you use the hashtag GTV, you can join the conversation. So we are going to be having a conversation on the effective use of alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, ADR, that's the abbreviation. And USAID, in partnership with Crime Check Foundation, is creating public awareness of the effective use of ADR mechanism, a key component of the activities earmarked for implementing under USAID justice sector support. We're going to be learning how to get public access to interrogate state institutions, justice sector policies and law, as well as the general conduct of how justice is dispensed, the challenges and the way forward. And none other to have this conversation with us. He's in studio, the administrator for Ghana National Association of ADR Practitioners, and also the director of Programs Institute of Paralegal Training and Leadership Studies, Isaac Asari. Hi, good morning. Welcome to the set.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Everything okay? Happy Heritage Month.
Thank you.
We are not looking traditional at all. We'll pardon you.
Your producer didn't tell me that.
We'll pardon you. Happy Heritage Month.
Thank you.
Isaac, now let's start. What exactly is ADR?
Okay, thank you. Let me take it for back to time immemorial when the colonizers have not been come to Ghana. Let's look at how are we resolving our dispute when you have issues. Where do you go? We're using our parents, our chiefs, our elders, our opinion leaders in the community to resolve our disputes or our differences. Before the colonizers came and introduced the court system to us, and we became entrenched with the court process because we lost what I normally call a sense of responsibility to settle. So people became more entrenched with the court system. Let me nail the person, let me show the person power. So now it's time for us to look back and say that, okay, what have we left behind that we have not looked at it well? Let's go back and take it again. And that is what we call ADR, an option to resolve issues without using the normal traditional litigation system. And that is ADR.
Okay, and how effective is ADR per your estimation?
Yes, ADR is very effective when you look at resolving of issues and also the cost aspect of it, and also the restoration of relationships, among other things. ADR, what ADR can do, or the number of cases that, for instance, mediation can do, and the time that they can use to resolve that particular cases, the court, even the filing process. If you want to file a case, you do the filing today. The time that they will serve the person has 8 days to bring an appearance. If the person brings an appearance within 8 days, then you also have 14.
There's a lot of back and forth.
14 days to bring your reply and all that. If the person also has another answer, the person brings it, and before you even set down the case, 1 month has passed already. But with ADR, the law says that I can even call you on phone, that this person has reported the matter to me, and he wants us to sit down and resolve. If you agree that, okay, based on that you will come, then it means mediation process has started, or ADR process has started.
Begun already?
Yes.
Okay.
Then you can come and sit down within 1 or 2 days. We can resolve the matter. Or even we can even use phone conversation and resolve the matter. And it is recognized. And that is how faster and a speedy ADR process can be.
Compared to the
as
court
compared
processes.
to the normal court process, the formality, because ADR comes with some level of informality to allow people to easily choose their own process, develop an intervention that suits how they want to resolve their own issues, their time and all that.
Okay, so Isaac, which areas of conflict or dispute can ADR be used to resolve?
Okay, thank you. ADR can be used to resolve almost all conflict or dispute. When it comes to landlord tenancy issues, when it comes to commercial cases, any civil matter, ADR can be used to resolve. Let's look at relationship matters and all that, marital issues, and even divorce. You can use ADR, but the only thing you cannot use ADR to do is the dissolution of the marriage itself. But when it comes to the sharing of properties and those things, ADR can be used to resolve that. So ADR cuts across all fields. And even when it comes to even criminal matters that you cannot even use ADR, in some criminal matters you can use ADR. For instance, when it comes to maybe an assault or a battery, you can use ADR to resolve it. So ADR cuts across all fields, and ADR can be used to resolve almost every matter. So even the matters, when it comes to even court can refer even part of the matters to ADR for resolution. Yeah, so we can maybe not the whole matter, but part. ADR can resolve part. Then the law can also deal with a part of the ADR.
So, which people make up ADR practitioners? Is it lawyers, teachers? Which people make up ADR practitioners? Must you have? Okay, you tell us. Yeah.
Okay, so when it comes to ADR, anybody can become an ADR practitioner.
I can become an ADR practitioner.
You can become an ADR. If you look at section 12 of the ADR, if we are talking about arbitration, if you look at section 66, when we are talking about mediation, who can become a mediator or an arbitrator, the law says that anybody that the parties have chosen to help them resolve their matter becomes an ADR practitioner. That person will assist them. But if you want to practice as a professional ADR practitioner, then you need to go through some level of training in order to allow you or to give you the necessary skills, the necessary insight to be able to assist people professionally. But when it comes to the law, anybody, if I have an issue with you, I can select somebody to assist us to resolve. If the two of us agree, so when it comes to ADR, it's parties' autonomy. It's unlike the court. When you send a matter to the court, and the chief justice will appoint a judge for you. ADR is not like that. It is parties' autonomy. The parties choose their own mediator or an arbitrator to resolve their matter.
Okay, and then is accessing ADR practitioners or using ADR as a means of conflict resolution, is it expensive? Is there a charge card if somebody wants to use ADR? is it just like going to a lawyer and...
Yeah, when it comes to ADR, it's not always about the fee. Okay. It's about the nature of the issue and the kind of work the practitioner will do for you. So maybe if you are going to work for somebody for an hour or two, you will not charge the person like a lawyer going to court and following you for maybe 2 years, 3 years, 6 years, and the matter is still a court. That one is different. But when it comes to ADR, so you look at the nature of the matter. There are associations like Ghana National Association, where I'm an administrator and a member, that they give a list to their members that between this range you can charge up to this. But it all depends on the practitioner. A practitioner can charge maybe lesser than
or maybe the cases.
Yes. Yeah, the nature of the case, maybe it is a relationship issue, and you are going to meet the two people for maybe 2 hours. The 2 hours, you look at your time and how much can take for that. But as compared to the core system, if you are going there for a month or 3 months and all that, a lawyer following you, that your time, your TNTs and other things, if you compare that, that is why we say ADR is cost effective. So the cost is nothing to write over like it's very...
And the fact that you can help resolve the conflict, that's what matters.
Yes, that is the important
So how do we reach ADR practitioners? Any helpline, any numbers to reach out, hashtags, any links?
Yes, when it comes to reaching ADR practitioners, you can go to maybe the website of Ghana National Association of ADR Practitioners. They have ADR locator on their website. When you call me, for instance, or we have a center called Center for Citizens Empowerment. When you call them on 027 3292 518, 027 3292 518, they can also assist you in getting an ADR practitioner, or even the Legal Aid Commission. It used to be Legal Aid Scheme. It's now Legal Aid Commission. There is a whole department for ADR services, that if you have any issues and you don't have money to go to court, go to the Legal Aid Commission. There are ADR practitioners there to assist you. If you go to centers like Center for Citizens Empowerment, there are ADR practitioners there to assist you. If you go to Legal Research Initiative, there are ADR practitioners there. If you go to Ghana National Association of ADR Practitioners, they are also there to assist you. So ADR practitioners are around, they are everywhere.
It's my name, Member of Parliament for Bulsa South, and a member of the committee.
Joan Abnasechi Eje, clerk to the committee.
Samuel Atta-Mills, Edina Eguafu Abrim, and a vice chair of the committee.
So what you saw was Foster Romanus saying boldly, say, "Oh, shit, GTV. Oh, you know, oh, you know, oh, yeah, then
oh, so best now. It's
4 years back to back. Every day, December, beer, do I started GTV Home Alone, GTV Home Alone.
Oh,
And
say,
not
like we grew up to the culture. So we knew, say, I mean, every year, GTV will serve us laughter with Home Alone. You know, yeah. So and you're bad. But I was tasked to get the CD so that there will be a remix.
The CD, no, have you returned it?
No, I couldn't come. See, I know new security system, the gadgets. So we've not been able to break through. So I still have the CD.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Fine,
What's up? I'm all right. I'm all right.
Valerie!
Oh, stop! Don't begin. I have to keep a straight face for this.
Okay, all right. So we should keep straight face.
Yes, let's keep a straight face.
I can't.
Foster Jai, what's happening when it comes to comedy?
Oh,
I know that comedy has like picked up massively.
Yeah, so far
what's
so
happening
good.
in that space?
Mean, now narratives have changed. People now appreciate us and warmly welcome comedians on their shows, etc. So yeah, comedy is doing so well. It can only get better. Yeah.
We had a conversation some time back, and I asked you how you because everything you do is unscripted. Usually when you're on stage.
Yeah,
so how do you come up with those witty, funny jokes like?
Say that again.
Funny, witty jokes.
Oh, I'm that smart, huh? Oh my God, stamping. Yeah, you're saying.
So how do you come up with your material?
Well, I mean, it's something, a little experience, a little observation, and then the fact that over and over we've done it, so we're able to find our way in there. And, we give thanks to God for talent and wit.
Okay, but Foster, do you think you're funny enough to be a comedian?
Yes, you don't have to be funny to be a comedian.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. What
you can learn the art. It's an art, so you can learn it, how to write, delivery. But then being naturally funny is an added advantage. That is how it is. Yeah.
Okay. So who are some of the comedians you've worked with that you absolutely love?
Oh, quite a number. Did some with some Swaziland comedians. I don't really remember their names, and then Nigerian comedians. I mean, the Basket Mouth, the Apororo, Agoda. I mean, those are very popular names here, and some outside. But then it was just a one-off thing. So I mean, names in Shadan.
Okay. So there are lots of social issues that we're talking about. E-levy is still trending. Fuel price hikes. Have you seen some of the memes and all of those things?
Yeah.
So assuming you had a Foster Romanus show right now, and you're supposed to make your audience laugh because they've paid to come and watch your show.
Yeah. What did you say last?
They've paid to come and watch your show. So yeah.
Which you haven't paid.
So you won't say it.
No, but if you've not paid, how do I perform?
Foster, I'll get you. Because me, if you say the joke,
so
I know that...
You say I'm supposed to say a joke?
Yes, something to
like
make us
right
laugh,
now.
like he said, with an issue that's trending. Some of the issues that have been trending. E-levy, choose E-levy. I think fuel hikes. Yeah, do those two, let's see.
Let's do E-levy. I mean, you think we are all what? Involved?
We are all involved, yeah. So let's do E-levy.
Continue. We are all...
Involved. Foster.
We are all...
Involved.
We are all...
Involved.
How many times did they say that?
3 times.
And then the next line is...
In building.
So why don't you want to pay?
Foster, so you've recently decided that you're going to put comedy on hold for a while.
It's not on hold.
Because you don't want to give me a joke.
Oh, sir. Okay.
Wait, get ready, get in tune. But recently, you said you don't want to. You want to put comedy on hold for a little while. You want to do music.
No,
when I spoke to somebody about it, the person said Foster is not funny enough to do comedy. That's why he's switching to music. But I loved your music. I loved it. And guys, guess what? He didn't just do any form of music. He did a gospel song. So before we start grilling him about why he's switched to gospel music and why he's not funny, here's a break on Foster Romanus as a musician, guys. Okay, so we are getting ready to play the music video, guys, but we'll take a quick break.
bridge na buy no mu so na makobo wash bag no no adenta foot bridge no and to mo ready say mo be use na makobo yase wa mo
Obo foot bridge
e dey wash bag no e dey asem so
okay
hey na ade na babeti ade dey how
oh excavators na here e say me ko so aba e to my so too akala so am ko so aba.
Hey y'all, come look at this. Romanus. Sign out be.
Asuya.
Welcome back to the studio, guys. Oscar, before we get that video, shall I give me freestyle? Because I can't.
Call me Foster.
Foster Romanus.
Said Oscar, so it's Foster. Yeah, you were saying.
Please give us a freestyle of your music.
Okay, so the song is a very simple song. You can actually I can teach you. So you sing, in the name of Jesus, the name of Jesus, His glory will be revealed. That's all.
Okay, so let's go.
In the name of Jesus, the name of Jesus, His glory will be revealed. In the name of Jesus.
This one, I can't understand. Wait, we'll have the video. But Oscar, okay, sorry, why did I say Oscar? He texted me a while back. What prompted you, what inspired you to decide to do music and gospel at that?
Okay, so the whole idea is I started doing music, or I started doing gospel before even comedy came in. So I am a praise and worship leader at church, something I used to do before comedy. So that side was there, but when comedy came in, it looked like, it was a bit dormant. And then at a point in time, Christianity became more real to me. It wasn't just about going to church, but then now there was, another level or dimension and understanding. So through that, I realized
what changed? What changed your psyche? What made you want to appreciate Christianity?
So then we're going to church because church was church. Your mother wants you to go to church. Your father wants you to go to church. If you don't go to church, you won't eat, etc. So you're going. Then there is an encounter. There's growth. There's maturity, and then you understand that, oh wow, there is more to this Christianity thing than just going to church. It's more experiential than just the normal, So a couple of experiences then made us realize that it's a purpose thing. So then we're driven to our purpose, which is the outcome of what you're seeing now.
Did you write the lyrics of the song yourself?
The Holy Spirit wrote it for me.
Okay, now I don't even know if you're joking with that or not. Did you write it yourself or somebody wrote it for you?
Oh no, I wrote it myself, but I was inspired by those.
Okay, how long did it take for you to write your song?
For this one, I wouldn't say, it didn't take even more than 2 hours. Because I was actually going to pray to complain to God, because I thought I was at a point where I didn't know what to do next. So in that moment of prayer, I had the song.
Okay, how the comedian, how the rest of your comedian fraternity, how they accepting you now as a musician? I know that lots of comedians have, they do lots of things. I can mention a couple of people who do lots of things.
But so for them, at a point, some experience me on stage doing ministration, so it's not so surprising to them. Some also have seen me do music as part of my comic act, so it's not a surprise. I think the genre is what sort of
shocked people a bit that you were doing
but
gospel.
Others who knew that it was something that I did or I am doing, so I'm not that surprised. Some are also yet to merge the two.
Okay, so now I'm going to mention his name. So Oscar, the comedian, switched to do music. Now Foster Romanus, the comedian, is also doing music alongside comedy. Is it that when comedians are, why is that trend?
I'm going to get stuck.
Yeah, no, not get stuck. Maybe when you lose your creative juices for a while, it usually happens.
It's not about losing creative juices. Art is art. Talent is talent. People are embedded with multi-talent. Others have individual, like just single talent. So you look within and then you will know your capability or your ability. I don't see mine as doing music. I see mine as doing a ministry. So it goes beyond just coming to stand on stage and sing.
Ministry.
Exactly. So I don't see myself a musician. I see myself more doing ministry, serving a purpose, and then comedy is my career.
Makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay. So comedy is your career, but singing or doing gospel is a means of ministration.
It's my extension of being a Christian.
A Christian. That's nice. And so we are going to... Now we have the video, and so yeah, we're going to take a break on the video, guys. Ukrainian president.
You never say never. I mean, I wasn't like this when I started comedy. I never knew I would minister gospel, etc. So it could get to a point in time, maybe, you never know, I could pick up the forms to be a presidential candidate.
And if you did, which colors, which flags would you fly?
I represent my own party.
Which might be called?
Birthday party.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we'll be seeing you around.
Sure.
We're wishing you success on your music.
Thank you.
Reach higher, go higher. Hoping to see you on bigger stages, not doing comedy, but actually ministering.
Valerie!
Oh, Panakai.
Oh, sorry.
So guys, we've been spending our time on the yellow couch with 4-star Romanus. He triples as a comedian, an actor, and now he is a song minister, he likes to call himself. And that's how we've been feeding you breakfast. We've fed you politics. We've done some social issues. We've done entertainment. We've done health. We've taught you how to keep your over-ripened plantain and do not throw these away. And that's what you get when you tune into GTV Breakfast. Thank you for spending your time with us. And if you want to catch this whole show again, we'll be repeat at 11 p.m. tonight on GTV. We'll see you again. Bye.